Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. O'Toole to the address and reply to the speech from the throne.
Debate. The honourable member for West Vancouver. Oh, sorry, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Amash Crates, Madam Speaker. I'd like to first mention I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. But it's a great privilege for me to rise and to speak in support of Her Excellency Mary Simon's historic speech from the throne as Canada's first Indigenous Governor-General. Over the last 2 years, Canadians have faced unprecedented new challenges. From a global pandemic to raging wildfires and extreme flooding, a lack of affordable housing to the tragic discoveries of unmarked graves at residential schools. The last 2 years have been a trying time for Canadians of all backgrounds from coast to coast to coast. Yet, despite these challenges, Canadians have come together united by common goals and shared values. These shared values are the thread that ties together our national identity. Values like compassion, courage, and determination have been on display in spades as Canadians have pulled together to overcome unprecedented challenges. It's this resilience and commitment to these values that has inspired our government's priorities for the new parliamentary session, because that's what Canadians voted for. They gave parliamentarians a clear mandate to collaborate and work together to deliver a future based on these values and to build a country where everyone has a fair chance at success. And these values have already seen us through many of the darkest days of the pandemic and will form the basis for our recovery plans. Canadians have shown determination and compassion as they made personal sacrifices for the well-being of their families, their friends, total strangers, and for the public good. These values have been a vital part of how Canadians have helped keep each other safe, and our government is determined to continue cultivating them as we look to finally put the COVID crisis behind us. Canadians have voted for a government that will mirror the compassion that they have shown each other during these difficult times. They chose a government that recognizes the challenges that are leading to unequal outcomes for equity-seeking groups, and a government that is committed to acting on them. Our government has already passed the ban on harmful conversion therapy with the unanimous consent of this House, and we will continue to take determined action to fight systemic racism, sexism, and discrimination of all forms, because everyone deserves to feel safe and respected and have an equal opportunity for success. Perhaps nowhere is the need for action more evident than along the path to reconciliation. There was a collective outpouring of grief this year as much of our country learned, for the first time, about the horrific history of residential schools with the discovery of unmarked graves at these sites. Walking the path of reconciliation will require the courage to listen and learn the truth behind Canada's history with Indigenous people. Our government is committed to facing this head-on and will shine a light on that truth and ensure that we can move forward in partnership with Indigenous people in the driver's seat. The government will respond to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and appoint a special interlocutor to further advance justice on the legacy of residential schools. The government will invest significantly in a distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy guided by Indigenous people and make sure that communities have the resources and support that they need to keep families together. The values that have gotten us through the pandemic will continue to guide us as we build back better in partnership with Indigenous Canadians to a more just and equitable future. But just last month, Nanos conducted a poll of Canadians asking if they thought the next generation of Canadians will have a higher or lower standard of living than we have today. 63% of respondents said that the standard of living in the future would be lower. And that's why we also need to move forward with courage. We need the courage to tackle the biggest challenges of our time, challenges like reconciliation, like housing, like affordability, and of course, like climate change. Canadians chose to take strong and courageous action to build a better future, and this throne speech shows the government received that message and is committed to taking action to deliver on that mandate. And it has become plainly evident that if we're going to build a more prosperous future, then there's no time left to waste on climate action. In BC, we're already facing the consequences of climate change. Unprecedented heat waves, fires, and flooding have ravaged the province and cost hundreds of British Columbians their lives just this year alone. And the consequences are severe, and they're only going to get worse unless we move forward on the real climate action that Canadians voted for. And that's why this government is committed to capping emissions from the oil and gas sector and accelerating our path forward to a 100% net zero future. We're mandating the sale of zero emissions vehicles and investing in public transit to build more human-oriented, affordable, and sustainable cities. And we will make sure that those cities, public transit, and zero emissions vehicles are powered with clean electricity as we invest in modernizing our electrical grid to make it 100% net zero by 2035. And importantly, our government is launching consultations on all these new measures by the end of this month. And we know that we need to work with our Indigenous partners so that we can meet our ambitious commitment of protecting 30% of our land and oceans by 2030. And our government has much to learn from such leadership and collaboration that recently saw Howe Sound Okatsum recently declared as Canada's 19th UNESCO biosphere region. And protecting and preserving our biodiversity will be vital to preserving the health of our country's unique ecosystems and preventing the rise of new pandemics. And getting to net zero and halting climate change is of the utmost importance, but we also need to adapt to the ways in which our climate is already changing. And that's why the government is developing the first ever national adaptation strategy so that we can make sure that we're prepared to withstand the effects of a changing climate. And we need to work to build resilient infrastructure and communities that can withstand increasingly frequent weather events like those we've seen this year in BC. And while we tackle these challenges head on, we will need to make sure that we work hard to ensure that nobody's left behind. We need to ensure that Canadians can afford to live the sort of life that makes this country the best place on earth. So in addition to raising over 1 million Canadians out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit, we know that Canadian families are still quite stretched when it comes to a rising cost of living. And for this reason, we've already signed childcare agreements with 9 provinces and territories that will cut fees in half in the next year and build hundreds of thousands of new childcare spaces right across the country. I know this will be a lifeline for families in Squamish who are currently stuck waiting years to get a childcare spot, and if and once they do, it often costs them over $100 a day. With this agreement, 40,000 new spots will be created in BC alone, and we'll get to $10 a day daycare within 5 years or less. Building an affordable childcare system will not only help families save more of their hard-earned money, but will also give a shot in the arm for our economy as we allow more parents to get back into the workplace and alleviate the current shortage of labor we're experiencing right across the country. And we also need to tackle the worsening affordability of housing. The government is committed to continuing to build more and better housing as quickly as possible. The Housing Accelerator Fund will invest $4 billion to build capacity at the local government level so that 100,000 new middle-class homes will be built, while encouraging better zoning bylaws and transit-oriented development so that we can build more sustainable and affordable communities that provide a higher quality of life. Even still, we know that breaking into the housing market can be a challenge for new home buyers, so we're going to help families by improving the first-time home buyers incentive, bringing in a new homeowner's bill of rights, creating a rent-to-own program, amongst a swath of other measures to help reduce the barriers to home ownership. And it's clear that now is the time to act on the biggest challenges we face in our country. There's no time to waste if we're going to build a future of prosperity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Canadians have made their choice on how they want us to build back from the pandemic. They want a chance to believe that the future will be better than the past. They want to live on a planet with a healthy climate and clean air. They want the chance to own a home and to have a family. And they want their children to inherit a better standard of living than they had. And this is a future that we all want. And now it's time to move forward with the same compassion, courage, and determination that we've seen during this pandemic, and to build that future together. So with that, I see my time is running out, and I'll just say, Onum Shalap, Madam Speaker.
Questions or commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from North Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky for his intervention today on the speech from the throne. He mentioned the childcare programs that are agreements that are being put in place. I'd like him to answer how these programs are going to work for families in smaller rural communities. Communities like Grinrod in my riding of North Okanagan, Shuswap, or Lumbee, or the Scotch Creek area where there are no government organized daycare services. And how about shift workers that don't work those 9-to-5 jobs? They won't have access to these programs. How does the program being promoted here help those people? Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap, for the question. I think it's a very important question. Even within my riding, it's not entirely within a downtown urban core, and we face the same challenges as well. There's a huge wait list for people to get access to childcare, and it's a big challenge when you get into smaller communities. With the agreement that we've signed with BC, it's going to create 40,000 new spaces. And it's important that those spaces are built where they're most needed. And it's important that there's those flexibilities. Childcare is, of course, delivered by the provinces and territories, so much of that discretion is up to the provinces. But you can now see the details of the agreement. It was just released online, I believe, yesterday or the day before, and it goes through the different items about how BC is going to deliver on that and the action plan they have for each subsequent year. So, thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague, and I thank him for his speech. I heard him talk about the environment and help for families. But what we've seen in recent days is that, once again, seniors have been neglected. They've been overlooked. And there was an opposition day on housing, and people are talking about people buying their first homes. But what seniors need is more access to community and social housing that's affordable. But nobody's talking about people over 65. They've been completely overlooked. There are seniors who are suffering because their GIS has been cut for administrative reasons, and no one's talking about that. So I'd like to hear a bit more about those people, about seniors. They've been the hardest hit by the pandemic, and there's nothing here for them. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an important one. In my speech, I said that moving forward into the future, there has to be help for everyone, and seniors especially. We need to do that. We have programs that we've put in place, like the Rapid Housing Initiative, which provides housing to those most in need of it, including seniors. I don't agree that we weren't there for seniors. That's not true. Over the past 2 years, we were there. We provided funding for the most vulnerable, and we will remain there. We will stay there for seniors and others. Thank you.
South Okanagan, Wisconsin, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the member talked about climate change. I know he's concerned about that. But this government, in a previous speech from the throne last year, promised legislation on the just transition for workers. And there was not a single mention of that in this. Nothing was done for that year, and now no mention at all in this speech from the throne. I wonder if you could comment on why that lack of ambition there.
A brief answer from the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky.
It's in our campaign platform as well. So I think it's important when I mentioned that we can't leave anybody behind as we're going through these transitions. We absolutely need to be there for workers that are now very concerned about what their future is going to hold. So absolutely that remains a priority of this government. And I look forward to seeing the results of this consultation and the legislation that's going to be forthcoming after that. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to speak on the throne speech and even to a certain degree, but much lesser, the amendment that's been proposed by the Conservative Party, because I think, once again, if you read the amendment of the Conservative Party, they've really missed the boat. And I wanted to maybe start off by responding to some of the questions from the opposition party. And because within the throne speech, and if you listen to what it is that the government has been saying over the last number of months, the issues that they're raising, the government is very much concerned about, and in fact, beyond concern, has taken tangible actions. So, for example, the Conservative member made reference to childcare. Childcare, for the very first time in the history of Canada, is moving forward at creating tens of thousands of spaces in every region of our country. Why? Because for the first time we have a Prime Minister and a government that has recognized the importance of affordable childcare. We are now entering into agreements with the different provinces and territory that will ensure $10 a day childcare. That is going to make a profoundly positive impact in our communities, both urban or rural, whether it's direct or indirect. All one needs to do is look at what happened in the province of Quebec when it instituted the $10 daycare idea. And taking a good idea from one region of the country and expanding it so that it becomes a national idea, and then implementing it is going to create opportunities for so many thousands of people that would have had to defer job applications or getting a job into the future, or had to deal with the rising costs of childcare. More people will be engaged in our employment numbers as a direct result, and children will have quality care, Madam Speaker. That's the bottom line. So there's the Conservative question. Then we have our friends in the Bloc who talked about seniors. I would challenge members opposite to reflect in regards to pre-2015 when we had taken government, and ask yourself, what did the Conservative Party, while they were in government, Stephen Harper, do for seniors? Take a look at what we have done from day one, dramatically increasing the guaranteed income supplement that lifted tens of thousands of seniors across Canada out of poverty, hundreds of them in Winnipeg North. But it wasn't just leading up to the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, we gave direct payments to seniors, not only to our poorest seniors, but to all seniors, direct payments. We've also made the commitment to the increasing of 75 and above. And these are benefits that are very much direct cash in pocket. Not to mention the indirect things that have been done for seniors, such as the New Horizons program and the amount of funds that we've increased to support seniors through programs, let alone through throughout the pandemic, supporting nonprofit organizations that were there for seniors all across our land. To try to give an impression that this government doesn't care about seniors or is not doing enough for seniors, I think is misleading at best. I think at the end of the day, I don't have any problems comparing what it is that we have done for our seniors. And it's not to say that we're done. We have a minister responsible for seniors that is very much in the community, consulting with seniors and stakeholders to figure out what else that we can do to continue to support our seniors going forward. The NDP asked about workers and the whole idea of transition, the support programs. I would remind my NDP colleagues, to the degree in which this government stepped up to the plate, when the worldwide pandemic hit Canada, we had a government and a prime minister that was there every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, to ensure that we were developing the programs that were going to be there to support Canadians and businesses. We can talk about the CERB program that supported millions of Canadians in all regions of our country, or the tens of thousands of businesses that were supported through the wage subsidy program, thereby also saving tens of thousands of jobs, or the rent subsidy program. These programs really mattered. They put disposable income in pockets of Canadians. It provided a lifeline to businesses, whether it's in our arts community, to the private sector, to the nonprofit. It was there in a very real way. As a government, we have recognized the impact hasn't ended. COVID-19 is still there today, and we recognize that. The battle is not over. That's why we continue to push and promote and encourage the idea of getting fully vaccinated. Over 86% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. And we all have a role to play in the promotion of that. You know, it's interesting, a week ago or so, the new Premier of the province of Manitoba, Heather Stefanson, made it very clear in her caucus, if you're going to continue on in our caucus or in this government, you have to be fully vaccinated. We've had former leaders like Brian Mulroney give his opinion on the issue. If you want to be a part of the Conservative caucus, you better be fully vaccinated. For Canada to be able to continue to do well, especially in comparison to other countries, we need to recognize the millions of Canadians that stepped up and recognized how important it was to become fully vaccinated. And it's making a difference today in a very real and tangible way. We have more jobs that have been put back in place prior today than when we had pre-pandemic. We are doing exceptionally well on the job front. There are many jobs that are out there. We continue to work at expanding the economy in the best way that we can, and to line up by working with provinces to ensure that there's a sense of cooperation in identifying those industries and those jobs, and using programs of retraining. Literally hundreds of millions that have been invested by this government to ensure that we can train for the next jobs that are going to be there for Canadians. We have a very proactive Minister of Immigration, again working with provinces, getting ahead of industries where we can. We have to put it in the perspective of keeping Canadians safe. And we do that by having people that are coming in, whether it's a quarantine, whether it's traveling in Canada, being fully vaccinated. These initiatives and policy decisions are based on the fact that we have to continue to be diligent. It has not disappeared as of yet. And the throne speech highlights that fact, that the battle isn't over yet, that we should not let our guard down. That's why we had passed Bill C-3, and I was really encouraged to see all members of the House supporting Bill C-3 going into committee. And that's what Canadians want, Madam Speaker. They want us to be working together. The mandate that was given was very clear, that the Liberal plan was the best plan, and there was an obligation for all of us to be working together. That's why there is a minority situation, Madam Speaker, and I see that my time has expired, but hopefully I'll get a question or two.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear the frivolous comments and speeches by my colleague from Winnipeg North. He stressed the fact that Quebec made a good decision in '97 to implement its own child care system. It's 24 years. If it was so important as all that for the Liberal Party, why didn't it do it before this? In the meantime, Madam Speaker, 13 years they have had a majority. They haven't done anything to propose it. So why is it so important? Today I want to highlight a sad anniversary. The Prime Minister called all the premiers, including the Premier of Quebec, to talk about health care transfers. The majority of Quebecers are asking for an increase in health care transfers. The Prime Minister committed to it, but a year later, nothing. How many requests will it take from the provinces in Quebec for this government to finally commit to increasing health care transfers?
Secretary?
Madam Speaker, I'd love to fully answer that question. The problem is it would take me a good 20 minutes to do so. But I can tell you at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, that the government under Paul Martin had a child care agreement, and it was a coalition of the Bloc and the NDP that defeated that minority government that stopped that in the tracks. But this Prime Minister and this government, the Liberal members of this caucus, pushed and ultimately made it an election platform, and now we have materialized on that particular commitment, Madam Speaker. Today, we have a majority of provinces on board, signed up, and we are moving forward on a national child care program. Canadians also care about mental health and the importance of a national government having a leadership role in the area of health care, and we are prepared to deal with that leadership role in a tangible way also.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask a question in regard to the universal child care program being suggested. Cardis did a major study on this, and I would like his comments. The government's choosing to spend money on daycare spaces in a national system instead of strengthening the full ecosystem of care that Canadian families currently use, that many prefer because it better meets their needs and that exists through the country regardless of population density. And further, it treats all families the same regardless of financial need. This concerns me as it is our low income and our single parents who need this support, and yet so often this funding is going directly to individuals who do not need it, and they are not provided the care space that they need. Why is the government choosing to go this route rather than focusing on those who truly need the support? And if the payments were allocated via means test vehicle like the Canada Child Benefit, those with lowest income.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member reinforces the fact that the Conservative Party of Canada just doesn't get it. A vast majority of Canadians understand and want affordable childcare. And that is what Canadians are getting, because as a government, we recognize the value, whether it's direct or indirect, for every region, whether it's rural or urban. Canada will benefit because of this national child care program. We will have affordable child care, and we'll have more people in our workforce. The benefits far outweigh any sort of negatives that the Conservatives continue to espouse, Madam Speaker, and I wish they would get on side and support it. Fortunately for Canadians, we don't need the Conservative Party's support on the child care plan because most progressive politicians recognize the...
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to quickly pose a question through you about, we've had an unnecessary election. We have an almost identical parliament, and yet this government is moving with absolutely glacial speed at getting things going again. And I'm just wondering if he could explain what is going on over on the other side of the aisle.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I would disagree. I was here last spring going into June, at least virtually or in part in person, and that election was absolutely necessary, and Canadians ultimately gave this government and renewed our mandate. In fact, I believe we even picked up a couple of seats, and so did my New Democrats. I believe they picked up one seat. At the end of the day, there's a new mandate, and we're prepared to work with Canadians and others at fulfilling that mandate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me, an honor as well, to speak today in response to the speech from the throne, which took place already 15 days ago. So obviously I'd like to take this opportunity, no doubt, as you know, to thank a number of people and to recognize the work and the commitment and the dedication of a whole team of people around me during the last federal election. Of course, first of all, I must highlight the great support from the volunteers who gave their time and who were there day after day for the entire election campaign. I'd like to name a few of them. It's always unfortunate to do that because there are so many people who take care of us, who surround us and help us, and they take care of our agenda. There are so many people who surround us, and I will talk about that a bit later, but it was my 7th election. And every time there is an election campaign, I have an army of like 300 people around me. So it's very unfortunate to just say a few names, but of course I thank everybody. Denise, Jean-Pierre, Marie-Ève, Sarah, Claude, Roch, Bruno from our association. I also want to say a sincere thank you to all the others who will know of whom I am speaking. My father, Claude, 86, very alert. He loves politics, even more than I do, I would say, Madam Speaker. He is a man who's always there for me, and he's always ready to listen to me. I love you very dearly, Papa. Thank you. My mother is there. I know she's there. So she is in another world now, but I know that she is still with me. My son, François Xavier, he's 6 feet 4 tall. Today he is becoming a young adult, a very accomplished young man, and he has been following me for a long time. I started in politics in 2003 when he was 3. He didn't even have many teeth, so I have a great photo of him at that time. And he has paid the dearest price for my engagement in politics at a time when I was wondering about my political commitment, because everybody who is here today know what it is like to be in politics, particularly when you're a mother or father. And one day I was questioning this. He was 11 or 12, and I asked him, "What do you think?" And he said, "Do what you love to do in life." So he supported me, and that is why I have lasted perhaps so long in politics, but I owe him everything. I love him. I thank him. I'm so proud of him, and I'm very proud to be his mother. And Danny, my partner, who is so very patient and positive, smiling. I don't know if he loves politics, but he does love me. So I thank him from the bottom of my heart. Danny, I love you. Thank you for being there for me. And without you, I would be nothing. My political family, you welcomed me so warmly, so open to me. There are a few Francophones in the caucus, and everyone has made an effort to come and see me and talk to me. We speak in French. It's quite wonderful, and I thank you for it. I thank you for your warm welcome. You're incredible. And to our leader, my leader, with whom I've had very great discussions and who loves Quebec, and I will repeat it again today. He's a wonderful man, and I am very pleased to serve under him. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Till, I will name him even if I'm not allowed to. Madam Speaker, making the commitment in politics, we are all moved by this desire to help change. It's crazy when you're in politics today because it's not always popular. But at the end of the day, when we go to bed, you think, I helped somebody today. I perhaps changed someone's life today. And that is why we feel that what we do has meaning. And I have been doing it now for more than 15 years. And I did it provincially, 15 years, including 10 as a minister. I know what it's like to work in politics, and I know what it represents, and I know what it means to be the trustee, if you will, and you come to Parliament, you represent people, you have a responsibility. We're 338 out of representing 38 million people. That's not nothing. We have 3 roles as MPs. The first, of course, is to be a legislator. Pass the best bills possible, improve people's lives. We want to be visionaries in that sense. We have to help our riding, help our constituents, the businesses in our riding. Politicians do that. We're like deputy ministers. We're navigating the administrative aspects. Sometimes it's difficult, and you have to put people on the right path and help them. Third role is to be kind of a controller. A controller is somebody who looks at the expenditures, how money is spent. Is it relevant? That's part of our role, Madam Speaker. And this leads me to talk to you about the economy today. In fact, I went all around and talked about myself, and now I've come full circle. I talked about who I was. I thanked people, but what I really want to talk about is to talk about the economy, Madam Speaker. The throne speech that was tabled was very disappointing. It had no depth. There was no plan. There's nothing or almost nothing on the economy in it with regard to the labor shortage, where there's a huge crisis in Quebec, a labor crisis in Canada as well. We don't know in what language to say it or how to say it. We ask questions about this issue, and there is no answer from the government. There is no lines in the throne speech on this subject. Return to balanced budget, radio silence. Radio silence when it comes to balancing the budget. How is it possible in a throne speech when you have a government that has been there since 2015, Madam Speaker, and year after year, and you'll tell me if I still have time remaining, they increase the deficits, and of course this increases the debt. It's shameful. My colleagues are right. It's shameful. One sentence on inflation. How is it possible, Madam Speaker, to table a throne speech that is supposed to be a coherent speech that sets out the government's priorities, and it doesn't talk about the 3 main issues I have just mentioned, except very, very superficially, if that. In 2014, the Prime Minister said this, that balanced budgets we would return to balanced budgets by themselves. It doesn't happen like that. That's not how things work. I don't understand how the Prime Minister today can have said those things, and that his actions and non-actions, in fact, what he says is reflected in the throne speech.
Un gouvernement, Madame la Présidente, qui était pas mal plus préoccupé par son image et par la tenue d'une élection absolument non nécessaire, là, à 600 millions de dollars, bien plus que de s'occuper des enjeux qui touchent les Canadiens, qui touchent les Québécois et qui sont des enjeux à caractère économique. Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais vous parler de...
Madam Speaker, I want to talk about deficits and debt. We are before a government that just doesn't have a rudder to guide its way. I was looking at debt numbers, but I'll refer to an article that was written by Michel Girard. It's fascinating, but it's really worrisome. These are numbers that affect Canadians. The deficit under the Liberals. I have a minute left. A little bit. I'll never have enough time. I have so many things to tell you. In 2016, the deficit went from 2.9 billion. In 2021, 354 billion now. The debt went from 634 billion to over $1,200 billion. I don't even know how many zeros there are. At this point, I don't even know how to count for that. You're telling me that my time is up? It's a shame because I had so many things to say, but I'm sure I'll have the opportunity during questions and comments to respond. Thank you. You're very kind, Madam Speaker. Thank you to everyone. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Bellechasse-Lévis for her speech. I have to say that I do agree with her when she talks about the lack of direction of this government. It's nice to have sails, but one also needs wind to move forward. I am a teacher by training at the college level, and for me, all I see is a throne speech that's basically an assignment written in large font with huge spaces. It's hard to hide the lack of substance. I'd like to know if my colleague agrees and is upset like I am about the fact that my colleague for Winnipeg North said that it seems so proud to say that there's discrimination against our seniors. There's a serious fiscal imbalance. The issue of daycare. I'm sorry, I need to make time for other questions. I'll ask people to keep their questions succinct. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. I'm sorry, I didn't quite. Thank you. Dear colleague, Madam Speaker, we need to keep this ability we have to become angry about what's happening. We need to be aware of what's happening around us and to us. I think that the throne speech is incredibly bland. It's not going to reach Canadians. It says nothing. There's no plan in it.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Je veux remercier Madame la Présidente.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to offer my congratulations to the Honourable Member for her speech in the House of Commons. I know that she
Ici, peut-être la députée va.
That she has brought a great deal of support to this place, and she has put forward ideas that are important to her. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Great French. This is what I was trying to demonstrate earlier, Madam Speaker, this warm welcome, this openness of colleagues towards myself, towards everyone in the caucus, and so I thank him. I'm someone who bounces back. I'm someone who likes to defend the people in her riding, to defend people. I want to reassure my colleague that I will always defend the people in my riding. I'm sure I will have the opportunity to share my ideas with my colleagues. This is why we are here. Time for a brief question.
Une brève question, non?
A brief question? No.
Oh, Excuse?
Oh, pardon me. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, la députée...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis said that she is outraged. But on this side, we're acting. She says that we've done nothing and that we've spent too much. In my riding, people were very satisfied for having received the emergency wage subsidy, which allowed them to keep their jobs. Where would she have made cuts? A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I'm outraged that this government isn't taking care of Canadians, isn't dealing with the labour shortage, isn't dealing with inflation. There's no plan to come back to balanced books. They're opening up the wallets of every citizen, and that's what we're going to talk about in this place.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has become more and more apparent that this is a Liberal government that has run out of steam and run out of ideas. We are now nearly 3 months away from what was supposed to be, in the Prime Minister's word, quote, the most consequential election since 1945, and yet Canadians still have little clue about what direction this Liberal government is taking our country. Canadians can be forgiven, I think, for a profound sense of déjà vu as they read the latest throne speech delivered by the Governor-General. In many ways, it reads exactly like the throne speech from 2020, so much so that Canadians are wondering just why we needed to have an unnecessary, reckless, expensive $600 million pandemic election. To be sure, there are some important points in the throne speech, such as fighting the pandemic, getting Canada back to normal. There are promises to address reconciliation with First Nations, to take action on climate change, to strengthen the middle class, and to grow the economy. Now, these are all important promises, but when we look at the record of this Liberal government, particularly over the last 3 years, we see a lot of talk but little action. As Conservatives, we believe that the purpose of winning elections is so that we can legislate to fix problems and seize opportunities for our country. For the Liberals, it's the other way around. They legislate and make promises so that they can win elections and seize opportunities for themselves. This abdication of leadership has led to a country that is dealing with more than one crisis, where the government can say the right thing, but action is rarely forthcoming. One columnist recently wrote that this Prime Minister is the return of the infamous Mr. Dithers character, someone who has, quote, hit the ground running at a sloth in slow motion speed. This is no longer the government of idealists elected in 2015. It is a government that desperately wants to hold on to power, divide and conquer Canadians, and take the bare minimum of action needed to remain in government. This has resulted in a terrible situation in our country, where very real problems are not being addressed with the seriousness that they deserve. In the throne speech, I was disappointed to see little or no mention to significant issues that Canadians care about right now. For example, in Canada, we are undergoing the most significant period of inflation since I've been alive. For decades, Canadians could rely upon fiscal and monetary policy that maintained an inflation rate close to 2%. This meant that Canada's economy could grow at a solid rate while ensuring that prices for goods did not drastically increase. Now we are seeing very significant increases across all sectors, with food, fuel, housing, and vehicles all seeing steep jumps in prices. One recent report also indicated that almost every investment asset class, when calculating for inflation, is returning a net negative real return. The consequences of letting inflation run at these levels will impact families for generations to come. It will mean less money saving for retirement. It will mean more resources dedicated to just the essentials and less for achieving Canadians' dreams. It will mean eroded standards of living for retirees on fixed incomes, who will look at the value of their nest eggs shrink as the money supply expands exponentially. The government promises that it will find a way to make Canadians whole, but we saw the consequences in the past of government trying to control wage and price inflation. It only exacerbated the problems further. The most significant actions that have worked historically to address runaway inflation have been for the government to get its fiscal house in order and for the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates. These are bitter pills to swallow for Canadians who have grown used to massive government largesse and artificially lowered interest rates. The Liberals, I fear, will try and win politically by forestalling the inevitability, by increasing spending, and by allowing the Bank of Canada to let inflation run even higher, thus forestalling the need for increased interest rates. The consequences of this will mean exponentially more pain for Canadians in the future as the government loses its ability to finance deficit spending and the Bank of Canada loses its ability to control inflation. Canadians deserve a government that will make the tough choices that will ensure that future generations can have a better life than the one we have. And I know that hitting the doors in my community, the cost of living was top of mind for many families. Canadians need to see leadership from this government, and they aren't seeing it right now from these Liberals. There is also nothing in the throne speech to comfort the anxiety of my constituents in Alberta. In my region, we rely on agriculture, forestry, oil and gas, and the service sectors to put food on the table. On the agriculture front, there is only one mention in the speech from the throne, and that's about creating a Canada Water Agency. But what about a plan to ensure that Canadian farmers can continue to access world markets? What about a plan to address the rising cost of agricultural inputs like fertilizer and fuel, which are threatening global food security? Serious issues, but no mention by this government. Where is the plan to fight the Americans on the unjust doubling of softwood lumber tariffs? Where is the plan to ensure that our oil and gas sector can continue to sustain our economy for generations to come while reducing and eliminating greenhouse gas emissions? I see company after company from Alberta pledging billions of dollars in combined resources to implement revolutionary and effective carbon capture technology. Where is their willing partner in the federal government? Where is the tax credit for enhanced oil recovery, which will sustain new low-carbon jobs and investments for decades to come? It's not to be found in the throne speech, Madam Speaker. Instead, we just get ideological talking points and promises to shut down our jobs and our industries. The word just transition has become a nightmare for Albertans. I have many people in my riding who lost their jobs when coal power plants were phased out a few years ago. Communities and my workers were promised by this Liberal government that they would have compensation and a just transition. The last promise in the 2019 budget said $100 million for coal communities. Well, we haven't seen any funding from this Liberal government, and it's been 2 years. Folks in my area know exactly what a just transition means. It means less jobs, less prosperity, and more just inflation. It's time for the Liberal government to take cooperative action with the oil and gas sector to ensure the prosperity of all Canadians, not just those that are represented by Liberal MPs. The speech from the throne also failed to address the elephant in the room right now in Canada. One of our most important institutions has been on the news on an almost daily basis, and not a lot of it has been good news. And I'm talking, of course, about the Canadian military and the numerous scandals that we have seen. Now, as someone who represents a large military community in CFB Edmonton, I know my constituents are extremely proud of our Canadian Forces members. But every day, they lose confidence when they see this Liberal government fail to act and fix problems. An institution as important as the Canadian military deserves far more attention from this government than it received in the throne speech, where it was not even mentioned once. Sadly, this is just another case of the Liberal government failing to tackle the important issues that Canadians want to see solved. In closing, Madam Speaker, yet again, the Liberals' rhetoric has failed to match the reality of action. When the Prime Minister said this was the most important election since 1945, he clearly wasn't talking about its importance to Canadians. Instead, he was talking about its importance to his own ambitions for a majority government. We see bills being passed today which would have been and could have been passed if we had not had an election. Bills like C2, C4, and C6. We see legislation which last night was passed with unanimous support, like C3, which fulfilled a promise from all the way back in May 2020 to implement paid sick leave. Legislation which the Prime Minister at the time said would be implemented without delay, and took a year and a half to produce a mere page of legislation. In fact, it wasn't even important enough to merit its own legislation. It had to be merged together with a criminal code amendment. We see a recycled throne speech, and I praise the government for their commitment to recycling, which largely repeats the promises and agenda of the government from last year in 2020. Madam Speaker, it is clear, as I said at the beginning of my speech, that this Liberal government has run out of steam, it's run out of ideas, and Canadians are growing more disappointed each and every day as they see the priorities that they talk about around the kitchen tables with their families every night not being reflected in the policies and action of this government. And I hope, for the sake of all Canadians, that this government can get its act together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, or the deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened intently to my colleague across the way in his speech. And one of the things that jumped out at me is when he mentioned we're here to legislate to fix problems. And I agree. And I think we've demonstrated that over the last 6 years, whether it be medical assistance in dying, whether it be conversion therapy, and finally banning conversion therapy. I'd like to know if the member opposite will be supporting us with respect to C2 to make sure that we are fixing the problem of the gaps currently experienced because of COVID-19.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we as an opposition have a sacred duty to hold this government accountable. And we have seen so many times during the past 2 years, during this pandemic, when the government has pushed forward with legislation that we found had serious flaws. And so we're not going to abdicate our responsibility, our duty to Canadians to hold this government account to ensure the best possible legislation. And I would say to the member, if they were so concerned about getting this legislation passed in a timely way, then why did they waste Canadians' time and taxpayers' money on a reckless, unnecessary $600 million election, which didn't change a single thing in this House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Sturgeon River Parkland for his intervention today. In previous speeches from the throne, I remember seeing the Liberals talk a lot about putting in national pharmacare and making a reference to dental care. In this throne speech, they are nowhere to be found. Boof. It's like they never even existed. And he's right. In my riding, the cost of living is a huge subject of concern amongst my constituents. Unexpected medical costs, the cost of pharmaceuticals, the cost of dental care, these are huge issues for working families in Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. What does the member think about the fact that the Liberals used to wax so eloquently about these programs and they are nowhere to be found in this 2021 version?
The honourable member Sturgeon River Parkland.
I want to thank the member for his question and for his commitment to his constituents. You know, there's an old adage that says, fool me once, shame on you. Or shame on you. And fool me twice, shame on me. Well, this NDP party has been fooled not once, but twice by this Liberal government. First, when they promised paid sick leave in May 2020 in order to get NDP support for a hybrid parliament. And then secondly, with pharmaceutical and dental care. And the member has seen, yet again, that the Liberals have tricked the NDP. So when are the NDP going to wake up and stop getting tricked by these Liberals and stand up to them for a change?
Unfortunately, we have to go to other business, and the honourable member has 2 minutes and 10 seconds left for the after question period on this. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that helping our growing senior population is critical, particularly during COVID-19. The New Horizons for Seniors program provides grants up to $25,000 for projects which help seniors age in place, stay healthy, and remain connected. We have funded over 3,000 projects across Canada this past year, including some great ones in my riding of Cambridge, like the Islamic Centre of Cambridge, Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank, Good Neighbour Community Garden, Fairview Mennonite Home, Townline Muslim Centre, Cambridge Fiddlesticks and Allison Neighbourhood Associations, and the Preston Lawn Bowling Club. Everyone in this House should remind their community the New Horizons for Seniors program is open for applications right now and up until December 21st. We must all help our seniors-focused organizations apply and help all Canadian seniors stay connected, happy, and healthy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nicholas, a Christian bishop in Turkey, heard of a distressed family in his community, a father who had lost everything, and his 3 daughters who, now unable to marry, might be forced into prostitution. Filled with compassion, Nicholas slipped out under the cover of darkness, and through an open window he dropped a bag of money, enough for the first daughter to get married. 2 more times he did this, secretly giving from his own pocket to help this family in need. 1,700 years later, we continue to celebrate St. Nicholas's generosity by practicing charity and giving gifts at Christmas. We do this because at Christmas, we celebrate the greatest gift of all, the birth of Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world. Jesus, who himself would give his own life for the sins of humanity. It's up to each one of us to personally accept this gift. Madam Speaker, to my colleagues, my constituents, and indeed to all Canadians, I invite them to consider this awesome gift, and I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year. Merry Christmas.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Today I'd like to recognize the inspiring young people of Canada Carleton who've been writing to me about the issues that matter to them. I've received many letters with insightful questions. Grade 6 student Susie Rigby from Katimavik Elementary School asked great questions about reconciliation. And the students of Mr. Gianfrancesco and Mr. Capel's classes at Earl of March Secondary School asked great questions on climate change, COVID supports, and other critical issues. Thank you for your questions, and please stay engaged. We need your voices. I'd also like to recognize our teachers. In particular, congratulations to Robert Tang, a resident of my riding who recently received the National Certificate of Excellence for Teaching from the Prime Minister. Congratulations, Robert, and thank you for your dedication to our youth.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, I regret to inform this House of the loss of retired Chief Warrant Officer William Pete Schuessler. He was an incredible Londoner, veterans advocate, loving family man, and a dear friend. Pete started his military career in 1941 with the militia, then enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces Infantry in 1942. He served in England, France, Belgium, Holland, and Germany. Pete re-enlisted in 1948 with the Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers and served in Korea. He was a peacekeeper in the Middle East and served with NATO in Germany. Pete received 16 honors and awards, including the Order of Military Merit, and he received a knighthood with the National Order of the Legion of Honor for his service during the liberation of France in 1944. The Legion of Honor, awarded by the government of France, is their highest order of merit, and that is exactly how folks in London and how I always knew Pete, a gentleman of the highest honor. Pete, we thank you, and we will remember you.
The honourable member Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House to recognize and celebrate the life of an exceptional man, a father, husband, journalist, innovator, man of justice, and activist and ardent defender of the French language in Ontario. Philip Landry left his mark on French Ontario. If Franco-Ontarians have access to justice in French today, it's largely because of Philip Landry and his participation in a civil disobedience movement, C'est le temps. He spent 2 days in jail because he refused to take a ticket written in English only. His passion for telling the stories of the Franco-Ontarian community didn't stop after his career in journalism. He created a Facebook page called Proud to be Franco-Ontarian with over 12,000 members to promote, share, and encourage discussion in our community. Although our community is losing a major player, Philip Landry's love and passion for defending the French language will continue to be felt for generations to come. To his daughter Geneviève and his family, I offer my deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the people of Oshawa for re-electing me for the 7th time. I'm truly honored. This Sunday, musicians are gathering at the Historic Regent Theatre in downtown Oshawa to help feed their neighbors in the 4th annual concert to Feed the Need. The proceeds from this event will go to Feed the Need in Durham, an agency which distributes food and other essential items to food banks, shelters, schools, and other food programs across Durham region. With the funds generated from the concert, $300,000 worth of food has been distributed to those who need it most, and the need has never been greater. Since the start of the pandemic, food bank use across my region has increased 30%. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the producer, Joe Solway, of the Rotary Club of Bowmanville, as well as the talented and generous musicians who have stepped up to make this show happen. The Rotary Clubs of Durham Region, including my own club in Oshawa, are grateful to be able to help those most in need. Merry Christmas to all my friends and all my neighbors, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Madam Speaker, Tashi Delek. I rise today to celebrate the 32nd anniversary of the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to His Holiness the Dalai Lama in 1989. His Holiness is an honorary Canadian citizen, a global symbol of peace, compassion, and harmony as a spiritual leader of 6 million Tibetans. I had the privilege of meeting His Holiness in India in 2018. In that meeting, he asked me to ensure that elected leaders around the world do not forget about Tibet and the cause of Tibetan linguistic, cultural, and religious freedom. Today, on International Human Rights Day, I renew the commitment I made to His Holiness then, that I will continue to champion the cause of the Tibetan people, a resumption of the Sino-Tibetan dialogue, and the Middle Way approach, an approach that seeks nothing more than greater autonomy for Tibet within China, based on the concepts of equality and mutual cooperation. And to His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself, I say, Tujiche, Garinche, for all that you have done, sir, not just for the Tibetan people, but for the global community in promoting the cause of peace and pluralism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, the Gatineau Chamber of Commerce held its Excellor Awards Gala, recognizing the region's entrepreneurs. I'd like to congratulate all the nominees and the winners, especially one local entrepreneur who I admire greatly, Madam Speaker. Manuela Teixeira, CEO of the Old Chelsea Square and the Chelsea Pub, as well as owner of Biscotti and Company. She's not afraid of a challenge and has been contributing in her own way for decades to the prosperity and profile of the Pontiac.
For all of our hard work and for what's to come.
The honourable member for Regina Westcana.
Madam Speaker, as this is my first time rising in this 44th Parliament, I would like to thank the many volunteers who worked on my re-election campaign. As everyone in this chamber knows, even when you win, a political campaign is a humbling experience because you realize just how much you depend, as the saying goes, on the kindness of strangers. An election campaign is a team effort, and Regina Wascana was no exception. Whether you were a door-to-door canvasser, a phone bank phoner, a lawn sign putter-upper, or any one of the many jobs on this campaign, I want you to know that your contributions made a difference. Of course, I must thank my two biggest supporters, my mom and my dad, for their unconditional love and support. To the voters of Regina Wascana, thank you for once again placing your trust in me. I will work every day to earn your continued trust and support.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canada Greener Homes Grant is all about our communities, our environment, jobs, and helping people make our homes more energy efficient. The Government of Canada will be issuing up to 700,000 grants of up to $5,000 each to encourage and help homeowners make their homes more energy efficient. Whether it is replacing windows or adding insulation and so much more, people can apply for these grants knowing that they too can play a role in fighting climate change while at the same time create jobs and improve our communities and making a difference. I would like to encourage the residents of Winnipeg North and others to apply for this grant. Collectively, we can improve Canada's housing stock by making it more energy efficient, which means cheaper utility bills, fighting climate change at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Desdete, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, it is an honor today to rise and recognize a teacher from Meadow Lakes Carpenter High School, Derek F. Toda. Derek recently was named as a Guiding the Journey National Award winner by Inspire, a charity that invests in the education of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis students. Mr. F. Toad is known as a teacher who builds authentic relationships with all of his students and creates an environment in his classroom of mutual respect. As an avid storyteller, Mr. F. Toda's tale of fighting off a bear from inside his tent, or his close encounter with a cougar on his acreage, are just two of the many stories that have become legendary amongst his students. As the only non-Indigenous teacher to win this award, Mr. F. Toda understands that reconciliation is accomplished through actions of respect and finding a positive path forward. He's an example for all of us to follow. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me today in recognizing Mr. F. Toda.
Bravo. The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to rise today and thank the voters of Carlton Trail Eagle Creek for once again placing their trust in me to be their voice in the House of Commons. Our constituency is a large, diverse, and beautiful rural riding that reflects the values of integrity, respect, and excellence, as well as a deep commitment to hard work and perseverance. I will do my utmost to faithfully carry out the responsibilities that my constituents have entrusted to me. I want to thank my husband Milton and my family for their support and their sacrifices over the years. I also want to thank my campaign team and the many volunteers who worked tirelessly throughout the election campaign. I would not be here without their support and efforts. In closing, I wish my constituents, everyone in this place, and indeed all Canadians, a very Merry Christmas and a new year filled with good health and happiness.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Madam Speaker, I gratefully and humbly rise in the House today to thank the people of Longueuil-Charlemagne for the confidence they've shown in me by choosing me as their Member of Parliament in Ottawa for a third time. I've had the honour of representing the people of this riding since 2015, and it's with renewed energy and determination that I will continue to defend their interests during this 44th Parliament. Madam Speaker, the people of Longueuil-Charlemagne have always generously shared with me their comments and suggestions on issues affecting them, and I encourage them to keep doing that. My team is always there to serve them, and my door is always open to meet with them.
To the constituents of my riding, thank you from the bottom of my heart for your renewed trust and support. I will always strive to do you proud, and I wish you all the best this holiday season. Merci.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, last night we received very sad news of the passing of Danielle Adams, the member of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly for Thompson, who tragically died in a car crash yesterday. Danielle was a mother of two, loving partner to her husband Bill, a friend to many of us, and a very hard-working NDP MLA for Thompson who worked tirelessly for her constituents. Danielle was a strong advocate for the North and for people, fighting for accessible, affordable childcare. She was a kind, loving, and respected colleague to many. Today I extend my deepest condolences and love to Danielle's children, Nick and Joe, her husband Bill, her friends and family, the City of Thompson, and the Manitoba NDP caucus. Danielle, may you fly with the eagles. Rest in peace.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour for me to celebrate Marc-Andre Fleury's 500th victory From Sorel to the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, from Pittsburgh to Las Vegas and now Chicago, Marc-Andre Fleury has dominated his sport. A goaltender with exceptional talent and reflexes, Flowers an inspired athlete, always smiling and valued by his teammates. He's overcome all the obstacles that high-level hockey can throw at a person with an exemplary attitude. Winner of 3 Stanley Cups and a Vezina Trophy, Marc-Andre is already a living legend at 37 years old. With his 500th victory, he joins the 2 greatest goalies in history, Patrick Roy and Martin Brodeur. Congratulations on your success. You still have a long career ahead of you. Quebec is proud of you.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
This week, PEI potato farmers drove 6,000 bags of spuds to Ottawa to raise awareness about the Liberal government's ban on PEI potato exports. The government's half-baked plan, smashing the island's biggest economic driver, yet the 4 silent island Liberal MPs aren't fixing the problem. 300 million pounds of potatoes sit idle, hundreds of jobs are lost, and countless family farms are at risk. In 15 days, families on both sides of the border are sitting down to a Christmas dinner with turkey and cranberry sauce and are being deprived of PEI mashed potatoes. If this Liberal government export ban isn't lifted, PEI's potatoes won't be spending their Christmas on plates across North America. The Prime Minister has admitted that this ban is political and not backed by science. It's time that the spuds from the bright red mud start rolling down the highway smiling.
Hey, hey!
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Madam Speaker, today is Human Rights Day, marked every year to commemorate the day in 1948 when the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Here in Canada, the Canadian Human Rights Act was adopted in 1977, and I'm proud that our government in 2016 added gender identity and expression. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms is a document that guides us as Canadians. This year, the United Nations is choosing to highlight that at the heart of human rights lies the principles of equality and non-discrimination. We must ensure that everyone can live in dignity regardless of who they are, who they love, and where they live. Around the world and here at home, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted already existing inequalities. Today, let us make a commitment to build back better, to build a more equitable and sustainable future for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, in 2 weeks all Canadians will celebrate Christmas, but this Christmas might not be so joyous as Canadians would have wished. Why? Because the first concern of all Canadian families today is the cost of living, which continues to rise. Madam Speaker, for days and weeks we've been talking about it, and yesterday the figures came out. The Canadian Food Price Report tells us that it will cost $1,000 more for all Canadian families. Why is the government refusing to deal with inflation, which is hitting all Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I congratulate him on his re-election. With regard to the question of concern that Canadians are facing with regard to inflation, we know that this is a global phenomenon and not just a problem here in Canada. I want to reassure Canadians that we are working hard to make life more affordable. Our plan for childcare will considerably reduce the costs for Canadian families. We are determined to tackle the question of affordability in housing. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that the Minister of Tourism and all other 338 members in the House know that this problem is not just a global phenomenon. It's directly hitting Canadian families. I invite the Minister of Tourism to go to the food banks in his riding and to tell them it's a global problem. Don't worry. No, Madam Speaker, it's hitting Canadian families, and this government is refusing to talk about it, to barely a mention in the throne speech. Inflation just once. When will the government really tackle inflation, which is hitting Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, allow me to talk in specific terms in how our government is helping families face the affordability challenge. A single mom with 2 kids will get $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. The average family in Saskatchewan will get nearly $1,000 in the carbon tax rebate. A student will save $3,000 due to changes to the student loan programs. That's how we're helping people deal with affordability. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, when fruits cost 5% more, when vegetables cost 7% more, when dairy products cost 8% more, it's time to take action with concrete action to tackle inflation. The first thing they should do is to control spending, because if nothing is done, Madam Speaker, all Canadian families will pay dearly. Just inflation, it means that it's just impossible for families to keep their heads above water. When will the government tackle directly this problem that's affecting all Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, since this government came to power, we have worked to make life more affordable for Canadians. We worked the first time that I was here on a vote to reduce taxes for middle-class families. We support families. We increased support for seniors, reduced taxes for small businesses, increased the Canadian Workers' Benefit, increasing the student grant to make life more affordable.
Inflation is rising, and Canadians are going to feel it even more at Christmas. For many, it won't be just gifts and presents that are more expensive this year, but putting food on the table for families and friends. If you can even afford to plan a Christmas dinner, a turkey will cost 25% more, eggs for your eggnog are up 7.4%, bacon for breakfast is up 20.2%. When will the minister take action and address this inflation crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, let me share some of the ways that our government is making life more affordable for Canadians. A single mom with 2 kids will receive $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. The average family in Saskatchewan will get almost $1,000 back in their carbon price. A student will save more than $3,000 thanks to the changes we made to the loans program. And in Alberta, starting in January, thanks to our work, a family with 2 kids will save at minimum $12,000 a year. That is how we're making life more affordable, Madam Speaker.
I apologize. There seems to be a problem with the interpretation. You did not understand the question. We will double-check the answer. You did not get the question either. I apologize. Can we now listen to the interpretation?
Is it working now? Yes? Alors, on recommence.
We shall re-begin.
Member Calgary-Minnepour to start her question over, and we will get the answer from the minister over.
Inflation is rising, and Canadians are going to feel it even more at Christmas. For many, it won't be just gifts and presents that are more expensive this year, but putting food on the table for families and friends. If you can even afford to plan a Christmas dinner, a turkey will cost 25% more, eggs for your eggnog are up 7.4%, bacon for breakfast is up 20.2%. When will the minister take action and address this inflation crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Speaker, let me share some of the ways that the government is helping Canadians with the very real challenge of affordability. A single mom with 2 kids will receive $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. The average family in Saskatchewan will get almost $1,000 in their carbon price rebate. A student will save more than $3,000 thanks to the changes we made to the loan programs. And in Alberta, a family of 2 using childcare starting January 1 will save at a minimum $12,000. That's how we're making life more affordable for all Canadians.
Do you want to ask members to hold off? They're not being called on to speak at this point. And so we do want to hear the question just as much as we want to hear the answer. The Honourable Member Calgary-Minnepour.
Inflation is making goods and services more expensive this Christmas. Families were already struggling to make ends meet, and now many will have to decide between heating their homes or feeding their families. Natural gas is up 18.7%, and food bank visits have climbed 20% and are expected to double in the months ahead. The costs keep climbing, but the paychecks just aren't keeping up. Will the government start taking this crisis seriously and address inflation before the clock strikes midnight?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, we absolutely understand that inflation and affordability are pressing concerns for Canadians. We also know that this is a global phenomenon and not a made-in-Canada issue. I also want to assure Canadians that we're working hard to make life more affordable. Our childcare plan will reduce costs dramatically. We are committed to addressing housing affordability. We were there for Canadians when the COVID recession hit, and we will be there for Canadians as we face this challenge together.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, last summer's Health Canada caused an uproar when it wanted to increase pesticide residue in foods. The anger of the public pushed the government to delay the decision because it was on the verge of an election. But imagine how concerning it is to see the closeness between Health Canada and the biotechnology and pesticide industry. Now Health Canada is apparently thinking of letting GMO producers self-regulate using voluntary transparency. 100 organizations wrote to the government 3 weeks ago to ask it to back down. Will it do it? That's my question. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent question. The question of pesticides is one that concerns us a great deal. That is why we decided to intervene on this issue. We have made a number of commitments during the election campaign, commitments that we will work on over the coming month. It's an important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, science and the precautionary principle should take precedence when it comes to pesticides and GMOs. It seems the government is moving towards less transparency when more is needed. It seems that the government is listening more to industry than to farmers and people who want to know what's on their plates. The Bloc Québécois is proposing an inquiry on the ties between the Health Canada and the biotechnology and pesticide industry. As the government agree that more transparency is needed. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We fully agree on the need to have greater transparency. That is why we asked for an independent review of some of the processes that are already in place with regard to pesticide approvals. We will continue to do the work in relation to this issue over the coming months. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Yesterday's PBO report is crystal clear. Under this Liberal government, inequality has reached unparalleled levels. The ultra-rich are richer than ever in this Prime Minister's Canada. But still, Liberals resist a wealth tax and do nothing about overseas tax havens. Madam Speaker, Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, to keep a roof over their head, and to pay their bills. In the fiscal update next week, are the Liberals going to put the interests of the ultra-rich ahead of those of everyone else yet again?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question.
Committed to asking those who prospered during the pandemic to help pay a little bit more for those who did not. Our platform committed to raise corporate income taxes on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies and introduce a temporary Canada recovery dividend given that they've recovered faster. We are working to implement a global minimum tax. 136 OECD G20 framework members have already signed up.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powder River.
Madam Speaker, this government has a pattern of punishing the poor and rewarding the rich. After clawing back the GIS from the most vulnerable seniors in this country and then failing to fix it for months, finally the Deputy Prime Minister committed to fixing this issue quickly, but in many cases, this is far too late. Working seniors across this country are already living on the streets. Stop punishing seniors with red tape. Will this government promise to get it done now so seniors get this much-needed amount of money immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we know just how challenging this pandemic has been for seniors. But Madam Speaker, every single step of the way, our government has been there to support seniors, especially the most vulnerable, by strengthening their GIS, Madam Speaker. We moved very quickly to provide immediate and direct support to seniors, Madam Speaker, this summer. When it comes to that issue, Madam Speaker, we're working hard to find a right solution to ensure that and support those most affected. As always, we will be there for seniors.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Millions of families across Canada are being left behind by the exponential rise in the cost of necessities like gas and groceries due to the reckless Liberal spending. The burden of inflated cost of living is especially felt by Canadians who live outside of the transportation hubs of central Canada, like the working class families in my riding. Canadian families are struggling right now, yet the Liberals plan to spend even more, further ballooning costs of necessities. When will the Liberals admit that their policies are responsible for the inflation crisis and clean up their mess?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I congratulate my honourable colleague on her election and would like to say that we understand that the economy recovery is not equal across the board, but here are the results of our plan, Madam Speaker. 154,000 new jobs created in November, 5.4% annualized GDP growth in Q3, 106% of jobs recovered, AAA credit rating, the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. The Conservatives don't like that the economy is growing, but we do, and so do Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray-Côte-Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to a recent study, the cost of food will increase by 5 to 7% in 2022, adding nearly $1,000 to the food basket of an average four-person family. The Liberals' inflation increases are pushing Canadian families to their limits. The Prime Minister is responsible for this failure. Will the Liberals finally start worrying about monetary policy? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, it's a real honour to debate with my former student from Saint Jean campus. We're two graduates of Saint Jean campus, but the results of our plan are working. 150 more thousand jobs created in November, 5.4% increase in the GDP, 106% of jobs recovered. We are moving ahead with the economy. Conservatives don't like it. We like it, and so do Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, the student has surpassed the master. Madam Speaker, for the second time since the beginning of the pandemic, the Auditor General has been severe with regard to the Liberals' management. 1,156 travelers who tested positive to COVID were lost in the system. 1,156 people with COVID came into Canada, and the Public Health Agency lost track of them. We're talking about over 1,000 people who were walking around with a virus, perhaps without knowing it in Canada. How many other people were infected? How many classes closed? How many additional quarantine orders, Madam Speaker?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We want to thank the Auditor General for her report and her conclusions. Our government has always ensured to protect Canadians and adapt our response to COVID-19 based on the most recent scientific data. We accept all the recommendations of the Office of the Auditor General from this audit, and work is already underway to follow up. We will act very quickly, and the Conservatives wanted to do a lot less. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. They didn't do anything to shut down the borders immediately or get the vaccines. Other conclusions from the Auditor General, 30% of the results were missing or misidentified, unable to identify those individuals. So incoming travelers weren't tracked to see if they obeyed the quarantine. The statement was that the agency didn't apply supplementary border measures to limit the introduction of the variants in Canada and the virus. Canadians want to know why the Liberals have learned nothing 20 months later. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's difficult sometimes to understand what the Honourable Member is saying. Sometimes he wants us to do more, and sometimes he wants us to do less. We have worked very hard to ensure the health and safety of Canadians, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to take measures in the future.
Mr. Speaker,
The government's mismanagement of this pandemic has hit a new low, and declosing the border isn't working, and neither is testing. From February to June, this government misplaced 30% of COVID tests from people entering this country. Almost 400,000 tests lost. Mr. Speaker, there are now new testing requirements. This government isn't protecting Canadians 20 months into the pandemic, and they haven't gotten testing right. Why would Canadians trust you?
I do want to remind the honourable member to address the questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We certainly thank the Auditor General for her recent report and her findings. Our government has worked extremely hard to protect Canadians, working to address the issues associated with COVID-19 based on the latest science and evidence. We are accepting all of the recommendations of the Auditor General, and work is already underway to ensure that we are learning from some of the observations that she has made. But we have acted quickly and we have acted boldly to ensure that we are protecting the health and security of Canadians at a time when the Conservatives wanted us to do less, and that is what Canadians expect, and that is what we will continue to do.
Starting to get a little bit loud on this side when the ministers are trying to answer the question. I'm sure the honourable members want to hear the question so they can ask the response, so they can ask another question. The honourable member for Thornhill.
46,000 people from April to June this year who landed at a border in U.S. border airports, I should say, and immediately crossed into Canada by land, all to circumvent the ineffective air travel restrictions they put in place. Yesterday's AG report said that no recommendations were ever given to the government to enforce different rules for air and land. So these arbitrary rules on Canadian travels have been a boon for American airports. How many jobs has the minister created in the Buffalo airport, and when is he going to stand up for Canadians?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I have said a number of times today, the government has worked very hard to protect the health and security of Canadians. That is what Canadians expect a responsible government to do. We certainly recognize and acknowledge the recommendations that were made by the Auditor General. We can and shall do better going forward, but we have done extremely hard work. We have put in place measures that have been effective in protecting the health and security of Canadians, and we are going to continue to do that.
I want to remind the members of the official opposition one more time that when someone else has the floor, to listen to the answer, even though they may not like the answer, and prepare for their next question instead. The honourable member for Shefford.
Madam Speaker, we learned yesterday that groceries will increase by 7% next year. This means it will cost nearly $1,000 more for a family. Madam Speaker, this is extremely bad news also for seniors between the ages of 65 to 74, and the government is refusing to increase the old age security for them. With the increase in prices, they're creating two classes of seniors. Is literally forcing people to take groceries out of their cart and putting them back on the shelves and go line up for a Christmas basket. What will it take for the government to understand that it needs to increase the pension for all seniors? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, our government's priorities have always been to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable. But when it comes to our record on seniors, Madam Speaker, I'm proud of our record. One of the first things we did as a government is to restore the age of eligibility for OAS back to 65. We have enhanced the CPP. We have strengthened the OAS and GIS. Madam Speaker, we will be increasing OAS by 10% for those older seniors. We have an ambitious agenda for seniors, and we're going to continue to make sure we deliver for seniors across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, that's not what we're talking about. It'll take more than words. It'll take action. There are too many seniors who are being left behind. Not only is the government refusing to help those under 75 years of age, but it's attacking working seniors getting the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS. It's cutting benefits for those who lost their jobs in the pandemic and who got CERB. We have the figures. We're talking about more than 183,000 seniors who will have to lose $3,500 on average. The government is cutting all of the GIS for 83,000 people who are going to be in a precarious financial situation while food costs are exploding. Why is the government attacking those who are most vulnerable?
Strengthening income security for seniors has been a top priority for our government, and that's why, Madam Speaker, our government has strengthened GIS for vulnerable seniors. We provided, Madam Speaker, one-time payments for seniors during the pandemic to afford the things that they need. We will be increasing support through OAS for older seniors. We have an ambitious agenda for seniors. We're going to continue to make sure we have their backs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, 2022 marks the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In 1975, 2002, and 2012, the governments of the day issued Jubilee medals to mark this historic occasion and to deliver them to deserving Canadians. If these past 20 months has shown us anything, it's that there are so many deserving Canadians who stepped up in the fight against COVID-19. Yet here we stand in December 2021 and no announcement from this government for the Platinum Jubilee Medal. So to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, will he take immediate action to create a Platinum Jubilee Medal to recognize so many deserving Canadians on this momentous historical occasion?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Marks the 70th anniversary of the Queen's reign, and we're going to provide funding to communities across the country to celebrate the Jubilee and all the things we've accomplished together. Many countries in the Commonwealth are still considering options, and we'll be sharing the rest of our plans for this celebration in due time, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, in due time? Unless their calendar was broken, they've known 2022 has been coming for some time. But Madam Speaker, whether it's truck drivers, whether it's first responders, whether it's healthcare workers, whether it's those working in the food supply chain, whether it's the military, whether it's veterans, all of these Canadians stepped up over the last 20 months during the fight against COVID-19 and are so deserving of recognition through a Platinum Jubilee Medal. Madam Speaker, will the minister do the right thing and take this platinum opportunity to recognize Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as we said, we'll be sharing the rest of our plans in due time. And of course, we recognize the hard work of all Canadians, all the efforts of Canadians during pandemic. And one of the things we can do, Madam Speaker, to respect the work and the efforts of all Canadians is to get vaccinated, Madam Speaker. And maybe that's a thing that the Conservative may want to consider.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Line.
Backlogs at IRCC continue to grow. As of October, there were 1.8 million applications in backlog and counting. Those aren't just numbers. They are families that remain separated, Canadian businesses unable to fill labor shortages, and refugees stranded in Afghanistan. This Liberal-made backlog is causing immense mental health issues at a time when loved ones need to be together, our economy needs workers, and refugees are desperate for safety. What concrete steps is this government taking to finally address the disastrous Liberal-made backlogs?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
No question that the COVID-19 pandemic has posed unprecedented challenge for our immigration system when we continue to have demand to come into Canada at a time when our borders were closed. But Madam Speaker, I have good news for the member opposite. Month after month after month, we have set records in our nation's history, due in large part to the work of my predecessor, the member from Eglinton Lawrence. And I tell Madam Speaker, the member opposite, that we are on pace to hit an all-time record with 401,000 new Canadians admitted this year.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
As the minister pats himself on a job well failed, Deepak Talwar is a business owner in Saskatoon. He and his family left India for Canada in 2017 and have been waiting for years to hear any word on their applications. This story is just one of thousands of newcomers who are lost in the black hole of Liberal-made backlogs. My office hears these cases every day and the devastating effects it has on people. It is damaging Canada's reputation around the world. When is the government going to stop hiding behind excuses and finally get something done on immigration backlogs?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I I thank the honourable member for his concern, and I'd point out when he's looking at the role immigration plays in the economy, we are going to set a record for the number of people who were admitted to Canada this year. I'd also point out that as of last month, 106% of the jobs lost during this pandemic have now been recovered, making our labour force participation rate the highest in the history of our country. We will make the necessary investments to reduce the backlog. I'm going to work on this issue. It has my full attention, and I look forward to sharing future investments in the near term with the member opposite.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Auditor General released a damning report about the systemic failure of the Liberal government in ensuring temporary foreign workers are protected. Many workers tested positive for COVID-19 and some went home in a body bag. The government said that they'll take immediate action, but inspections only got worse. Employers were found to be compliant with regulations even though there was little or no evidence to support it. Are these lives dispensable to the government, or will the Liberals end this exploitation by giving all migrant workers permanent residence status now?
The Honourable Minister of... The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The health and safety of temporary foreign workers is of the utmost importance to the government, and I want to thank every single temporary foreign workers for what they've done for our food security over the course of COVID. Like every worker in Canada, they deserve to be safe in their workplaces. I thank the Auditor General in her office for the report and recommendation. We understand the importance of this audit, and we agree with his recommendations, and that they will guide our work ahead.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's latest report is a scathing look at this government's border measures. Turns out the Public Health Agency didn't track over a third of arrivals at the border. It didn't know whether people were actually staying in its quarantine hotels. A third of tests were missing or not matched up. And here's the worst part. Over 1,000 people tested positive for COVID and weren't even contacted. The border measures had one goal: to protect Canadians from COVID exposure. How did this government allow so many Canadians to be put at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians has been and always will be the top priority of this government. We thank the Auditor General for her report and her findings. Our government will work to ensure that we are implementing those recommendations on a go-forward basis. We have acted quickly and boldly, Madam Speaker, at a time when the Conservative Party wanted us to do less. We will continue to work to protect the health and safety of Canadians as we move forward.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, I am glad to be able to rise today in recognition of International Human Rights Day, which recognizes worldwide the principle of the right to equality, justice, and freedom for all. Madam Speaker, International Human Rights Day also shines a light on the continued oppression of populations and groups around the world, such as the people of Myanmar. Can the Minister update this House on the work being done to support the people of Myanmar?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a young activist, I worked for 2 years for the Canadian Human Rights Foundation, and I'm particularly proud to stand on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs today.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the answer. I will ask members who I am sure still want to ask questions to wait, and will allow the Honourable Minister to answer the question that was asked of him. The Honourable Minister.
Young activist, I worked for 2 years for the Canadian Human Rights Foundation, and I'm proud to stand on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to thank the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for her question, and I'm pleased to say that Canada has imposed additional sanctions today on entities affiliated with Myanmar's military regime. Today's announcement sent a clear message to the people of Myanmar that their resilience and quest for democracy and civil rights will not be diminished. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's mid-December and there's still no public accounts. Now, there's disturbing stories that the Liberal government has actually reopened the audited public accounts and changed them for political gain. Earlier this week, when we asked, the President of the Treasury Board refused to answer. So I'll ask it again. Did the government reopen the public accounts and alter them for political purposes?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
It's committed to financial transparency, included for COVID-19 response spending. Monthly financial results are reported throughout the year, and the Fiscal Monitor and departments provide quarterly financing reporting. Our annual audited financial statements in the public accounts will be tabled this month within normal legislated timelines. Thank you much.
I'm still hearing some heckling, so I would just ask members to please hold off. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if it's normal to reopen the public accounts and doctor them. Now, the public accounts are audited financial statements of the government, yet the Liberals are delaying the tabling of these accounts. Out of control government Liberal spending, and yet no accounting of over $600 billion of taxpayers' money. Why has the government not yet tabled the public accounts? Is it because they are too busy cooking the books?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, our government committed to ensuring transparency, particularly when it comes to expenditures related to COVID-19. Monthly statements have been presented all year long in the financial review, and departments provide statements every quarter. We're being transparent. Our audited statements will be tabled this month within normal timelines as indicated by law. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Oh, sorry, did I miss someone?
Member Saskatoon University, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to bring attention to some words shared by a Liberal minister. He said, we have not seen a model where we can get to net zero emissions by 2050 without nuclear, and that the fact of the matter is that it produces zero emissions. Kind words about the nuclear industry in Canada, but zero concrete action from this government on the nuclear industry here in Canada. Does the Minister of the Environment agree with his colleagues, or is he a science denier?
The longer it takes to come to order, the longer that means that there will be questions at the end of the day on other issues that some members may not be able to weigh in. So, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to see how popular I am with the opposition. Madam Speaker, we are focused very much on ensuring that we are doing our part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the world at a time where we are also looking to incent the development of a clean growth economy to create good jobs and economic opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. All non-emitting sources of energy are on the table and are part of the energy mix as we go forward. The Honourable Member knows that in Ontario, for example, nuclear energy is already an important part of the energy mix.
Again, just want to remind members, I know it's Friday, you're all anxious to get home, but we need to get through the day here. L'honorable député de Beauce.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, more and more seniors in my riding are facing financial hardship because of the pandemic. The current government has created two classes of seniors. The government really needs to review the indexation of pension funds. An extra dollar a month is not enough. The sharp increase of prices because of inflation is out of control, and our seniors deserve better. The Minister for Seniors keeps saying that she has an ambitious plan for seniors, but when is it going to be unveiled? The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Madam Speaker, from the very beginning, our government's priority has been to help those most vulnerable, especially those most vulnerable seniors. That's why we have worked hard to strengthen income security and the OAS that they rely on, Madam Speaker. Our plan delivers on our promise to increase OAS by 10% for seniors 75 and older. We will continue to deliver for seniors, especially those who need it the most as they age and as their needs increase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Madame la Présidente, pour que les Québécois puissent...
Madam Speaker, for Quebecers to eat locally, The essential contribution of temporary foreign workers is needed. That's why farmers pay thousands of dollars every single year to bring them into the country. This year, however, 243 workers left their jobs by breaking their contracts. Some are leaving for the United States. Others are being recruited illegally from Canada. Our farmers wake up in the morning to find their employees gone. What's the government doing to counter illegal raiding? The Honourable Minister. We're working hard to improve the temporary foreign worker system, especially for the agricultural sector. Frankly, we need more fairness between employers and workers. And that's what we're working hard on. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. We all agree on fairness, but that's not what we're talking about. We know that the Immigration Department is overloaded with files that are piling up, and there's obvious problems. But the government must ensure that foreign workers go through the right channels when they get here. Those who illegally recruit temporary foreign workers from our farms are doing so to the detriment of our farmers and Quebec's food self-sufficiency. They're taking advantage of people who just want to improve their working conditions. So what is the government doing to fight illegal raiding that's harming Quebec's food sovereignty? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees.
And there's no question that in our agricultural sector and across different sectors in the economy, the role that immigration plays in welcoming workers to the economy is very important for our collective well-being. I'd advise the honourable member that yesterday I had the pleasure of having a conversation with my Quebec counterpart, Minister Boulay, to discuss the source of international workers who can contribute to the economy. It's essential that as we bring more workers in, we strengthen the integrity of the system, and I'd be pleased to work with the honourable member to ensure that we have a system that works for all, that's fast, and helps contribute to a growing economy.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lisleck, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur Castillo et Monsieur...
Madam Speaker, Mr. Castillo and Ms. Ruel of Montmagny, in my riding, were fined $10,000 on November 29th when they came back from a short trip of less than 72 hours from the United States. They were turned back once at the border to complete ArriveCAN. But they received no warning that testing was mandatory until November 30th. The government's ambiguous communication implied that the test was already unnecessary. Does the government think this is okay for honest citizens who thought they were obeying the rules in place? The Honourable Minister. Our government will always take necessary steps to protect our borders and ensure Canadians' safety. These are important measures to limit the introduction and spread of COVID-19. They are mandatory measures. And we are doing our best to offer some flexibility for Canadians returning to Canada.
Christmas is coming, and because of ArriveCAN's bureaucratic red tape, fully vaccinated Canadians who are at home in a 2-week isolation have a tough choice to make ahead of the holidays. 1, don't buy presents. 2, turn off the heat in the middle of winter. 3, take out a payday loan. None of these options is acceptable. Will the government do the right thing and release these fully vaccinated Canadians from quarantine?
As I just said, we have always taken the steps that are necessary to protect the health and safety of Canadians throughout the pandemic, and especially now as we continue to study the new variant of concern, Omicron. It is essential that we continue to use tools like ArriveCAN, which protect the health and safety of Canadians. And my honourable colleague is worried about the holiday season. This government will always have the backs of Canadians to protect them, to provide them with the supports that they need so they can provide the gifts that they want to their loved ones as we head into the holiday season. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Madam Speaker, in October of 2020, the government stated that it does not directly or indirectly provide funds to the Union of Agricultural Work Committees, an NGO linked to the Canadian designated terrorist organization, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. This past October, Israel declared the UAWC a terrorist organization. In November, NGO Monitor reported that the UAWC is in fact receiving Canadian tax dollars. So I have a very serious question, Madam Speaker. Why are these Liberals funding terrorists.
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Canada is a steadfast ally of Israel and a friend of the Palestinians.
Order. I'm just going to ask the Minister to remove his mask for the interpreters. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Canada is the steadfast ally of Israel and a friend of the Palestinian people. We are committed to the goal of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. Our position remains that this can only be achieved through direct negotiations between the parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Madame la Présidente, il y a un an, notre gouvernement...
Madam Speaker, a year ago, our government launched the 50-30 Challenge, an initiative to encourage Canadian organizations to increase diversity and inclusion on boards and in senior management. The challenge has two goals: 50% representation of women on Canada's boards and in senior management, and 30% representation of underrepresented groups. On the first anniversary of the launch of the 50-30 Challenge, could the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry provide an update on what has been achieved so far?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Présidente, je remercie mon excellent...
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my excellent colleague for his excellent question. Since the launch of this initiative, nearly 1,400 Canadian organizations have shown leadership and joined the 50-30 Challenge. We just announced $28.5 million in funding to support organizations participating in the 50-30 Challenge to achieve their diversity and inclusion goals. When our board leaders reflect the diversity of our communities throughout the country, Canadians are all better served.
Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, the average Canadian small business is now carrying $170,000 in new debt due to the pandemic. With business payroll taxes set to increase on January 1st, this will yet be another hit on their ability to hang on. Yet, when I asked the government to freeze this tax hike, the Associate Finance Minister shockingly said businesses, quote, can afford this.
Shame.
Is this the Liberal tax policy on small business, that there's no problem, there's no issue here? Small businesses can afford this?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Let's be clear. The CPP enhancement represents a major step in improving retirement outcomes for workers and reducing the uncertainty that many Canadians feel about being able to save for retirement. It addresses important challenges faced by young Canadians saving for retirement, such as declining workplace pension plans and prolonged periods of low interest rates. This strengthens one of the most successful social programs we have as Canadians.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals plan to limit the amount of fertilizer the farmers can use. Any plan to reduce emissions must not reduce the maximum crop potential. Canadian farmers are among the most efficient users in the world of fertilizer. But instead of working with them, this government is threatening the future of our ag industry. The bigger the crop, the bigger the paycheck. So does the Agriculture Minister know how much her cap on fertilizer will cost farm families and rural communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable colleague for that really important question. Farm families are absolutely at the very heart of all of our communities across the country. Supporting them, particularly through this very difficult time of the pandemic, has been a key and top priority for the government. We're going to continue to support farm families all across this country, and thank you so much to my honourable colleague for raising this very important issue. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, many seniors in my riding are frustrated. CERB was supposed to help those who are financial in need. Instead, after collecting CERB, many seniors received a letter to pay it back and lost their guaranteed income supplement. Now, through no fault of their own, they are strapped for cash because this government poorly explained how CERB would affect their pensions. Madam Speaker, when will this government stand up for our seniors instead of the fraudsters of CERB? Is this because of the member from Calgary Skyview?
Madam Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we told Canadians, and particularly seniors, that we would be there for them as long as they needed, and that's exactly, Madam Speaker, what we're doing. We have always prioritized the most vulnerable seniors by strengthening their GIS. We provided immediate and direct support to seniors this summer, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the issue that member raised on CERB GIS, we are aware of this. We're working on it to find the best solution for those affected. As always, we will be there for seniors.
The member for Niagara Centre.
Madam Speaker, many Canadians are struggling to find affordable housing, especially in my riding of Niagara Centre. Yesterday, the Conservatives decided to play political games while bringing a motion that did not even mention, Madam Speaker, affordable housing, and proposed no constructive ideas, showing just how out of touch they are on this issue. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House about our government's real, concrete plan to address this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Niagara Centre for his question and for his advocacy on this important issue. Since coming to office, we have invested over $27 billion in affordable housing, and we have helped over 1 million families find the housing that they need. Despite the petty political games from the Conservative Party, we have a real housing plan that includes a new $4 billion housing accelerator fund, a more flexible first-time homebuyers program, and a rent-to-own program. We will not rest until every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, it's clear the RCMP is in need of serious reform. The RCMP have often taken concerning approaches which endanger Canadians rather than keeping them safe. In the previous Parliament, the Public Safety Committee released a report on systemic racism in policing in Canada. The report called for an overhaul of the RCMP, including better civilian oversight and a transition away from a paramilitary force. Will the Minister of Public Safety implement these recommendations so that the RCMP can better serve all communities?
The Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I also look forward to working with him and all members in this chamber on this important issue. Madam Speaker, throughout the election as well as now, we are committed to ensuring that there is an appropriate degree of oversight, transparency, equity, and representation within the RCMP. I have already had a number of important discussions with the Commissioner as well as other senior members of her executive team. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to work with the RCMP to ensure that we provide top world-class law enforcement right across the country so that we can have public safety for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that brings us to the end of question period. I got a point of order. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think all members of this House ought to have a respect for the rules and traditions of this place. What we just saw was a member from Niagara Centre ask a question during question period as a parliamentary secretary. Precedents in this place state that parliamentary secretaries cannot ask questions of their own government. I would draw the Speaker's attention to Hansard, page 3103, February 4th, 25, when the Speaker ruled, and I quote, "Order, please. I am afraid this is my mistake, but of course a parliamentary secretary cannot ask a question of his own cabinet." Madam Speaker, I expect that the Liberal government will have more respect for this place in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wishes to. Excuse me. Let's. The Honourable Member had an opportunity to put his point forward. I hope that that this side of the House will allow for the Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
The opposition bringing it to our attention, and we'll do our best to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. Greatly
appreciate the the interventions. I think the message has been heard, and I do want to apologize for having recognized the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, given the changes that have just recently occurred on having the Parliamentary Secretary's name.
It's not your fault.
Orders. Orders of the days. Okay. I do want to remind members that the House is continuing with its orders, with its work for today, so I would ask members to please, if they're exiting for whatever reason, to please do so quietly. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of government bills. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Want to read the rules, Vance?
Dépôt de...
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that it have the power to divide Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19, into two bills. Bill C2A, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19 business support programs, and Bill C2B, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19 benefits and leave, provided that, alors pourvu que
A, Bill C2A be made up of Part 1 of Bill C2, and B, Bill C2B be made up of all other parts of Bill C2. C, the House orders Bills C2A and B to be printed.
Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. And E, if Bill C2A is not reported back to the House within 2 sitting days after the adoption of this motion, it shall be deemed reported without amendment. Debate. The honour for Carleton.
Sometimes the simplest questions are the hardest to answer. The other day I was in the Finance Committee where the government has asked parliamentarians to approve another $7 billion expenditure. They sent 10 government officials to tell us all of the wonderful things this $7 billion would do. I had a simple question. Where does the money come from? Silence blanketed the room. I sat quietly and patiently looking up at that Zoom screen to find out if a reassuring voice would answer an obvious and simple question. Of the 10 officials, we were told the majority were actually from the finance department. If any department should be able to tell you where the money comes from, you'd expect it to be finance. But silence continued to triumph, and the awkwardness thickened to the point that you could cut it with a knife. Finally, the chair tried to break in and encourage me to ask another question that might be easier for these 10 government officials to answer. I asked the chair then if he could tell us where the money comes from. He was likewise perplexed, sitting baffled in front of the committee, unaware of what to do. This being the chair of Canada's Parliamentary Finance Committee here in a G7 country. Now, of course, there are really only 4 places that money that passes through this House come from. 1, they can tax it. 2, they can borrow it. 3, they can print it. Or 4, God forbid, they can cut something else and reallocate the money. But none of those answers were forthcoming. Instead, a 5th novel explanation of the providence of this money came forward, finally, about 3 minutes into the long committee silence. And one official said this: the money is, quote, within the government's broader macroeconomic framework, and I cannot speak to that. Well, if $7 billion can appear magically from something called a government's broader macroeconomic framework, well, then everyone should have a macroeconomic framework. Imagine the things that a single mother could buy at the local grocery store if instead of having to rely on decreasingly valuable Canadian dollars to buy food for her kids, she could carry around with her a broader macroeconomic framework. Imagine if the worker who can't afford to gas up his car could just open up his wallet. Instead of pulling out increasingly worthless Canadian dollars, he could pull out a card with inscribed broader macroeconomic framework. Then he might even be able to fill up his tank with gas. Or maybe that 28-year-old who lives in his parents' basement despite the fact that he has a good job because house price inflation has made it impossible for him to buy, if instead of using the inferior Canadian currency to bid on a house, he could walk up to the realtor and say, I've decided not to pay with cash, not even to pay with debt, but to pay with a broader macroeconomic framework card. So I would hope at the end of my remarks, a minister in the government will announce that just in time for Christmas gift purchases, they will mail out to every Canadian household a broader macroeconomic framework so that the parents can, in collaboration with Santa Claus, make sure that there are gifts under the tree for every child in these impossibly difficult times. Well, if we're going to ask the simple question of where the money comes from, why don't we ask the yet simpler question of what is money? Because sometimes it's important to go back to first principles in order to make sense of this crazy world of ours. Well, money, of course, is merely a technology by which we transport value over time and space. And without it, our species would have to consume in the present everything that it produces. Most species do. They have to eat what they kill right away, lest it be stolen or spoiled. Sure, squirrels can squirrel away a little bit, a good habit the government should learn from, but most species have to use it or lose it. We developed a technology that would allow 2 people who are exchanging things to go ahead with their exchange even if each did not have the ability to supply the other with something that the other wanted. They could simply use this technology called money in order to transport the value between each other across time and around different geographies. And so over time, money has taken many forms. In one South Pacific island, it was just a ledger carved on scarce limestone. In some places, it's been beads or seashells. In prisons, they use cigarettes. In school, they used to use candy when I was a kid. Throughout history, it became metal, some precious, some brute. We had gold, we had silver, we had copper. Many different means of translating value across space and time have been used, but politicians have found it a nuisance to pay their bills using money with integrity, because back in 1215, poor old King John was forced by the barons and the commoners to sign this nuisance of a document called the Magna Carta, the Great Charter. And in that document was inscribed the principle that the Crown could not tax what the people had not approved. And that principle is still in place here in this Parliament today. Government can't spend what we don't vote on 800 years later. And you look around and see the beautiful green here. You know where that comes from, of course. It's because that was the color of the fields in which King John was made low. And that green should remind everyone that the people in the fields who are actually doing the work, they're the ones that produce the money that we spend around here. That might have been a better answer in the committee than a government's broader macroeconomic framework, Mr. Speaker. But I digress. But you see what happened after King John was prevented from going on taxing what people had not approved. He was forced to go back to the commoners to get their permission to take their money. He and his successors would become increasingly creative in sourcing the cash that they acquired. Years later, King Henry VIII, who is more famous for clipping off the heads of his subjects, decided that he could get his hands on money by clipping coins. He and his regime would clip off the edge of the coin, and that way they could melt those edges down and make more coins. And back then it was hard to make coins because it was the British pound, which was a pound of silver. And by clipping off a piece, you could melt it down and create more coins, and John could inflate the value of currency in his hands, thereby deflating the value of the wages that his peasant class earned. He got even more creative later on. This is how he got his famous nickname. He would actually have his minters melt down the British pound, and he would re-mint it with just a tiny coat of silver around the outside of a copper coin. So people would think they were getting a silver coin. Meanwhile, on the inside, what they actually got was copper. The problem is, being the egomaniac that he was, facing outward from the coin, he didn't want a profile shot. His face was on the coin, and it stared everyone in the eye when they looked at that coin. But his nose protruded the farthest out, and when it was in people's pockets, it would rub against the inside of the pocket, and the silver would scrape off the tip of his nose, meaning that you'd have a silver coin with a red nose, and thus he got the nickname Old Copper Nose. And every time someone saw that red copper nose, they knew the king had stolen the real value of their money. Throughout time, other politicians have found other creative ways. The dictator Dionysius, who was a Greek dictator in Syracuse, he actually took all the coins, the 1 drachma coins, and he stamped them with a 2. So all of a sudden he had twice as much money. Now I hesitate to tell that story in this House because I worry that this Prime Minister might think that he could do the same. You know, if you run out of money, if you run out of money, he'll say, you can always get more. You'll turn loonies to toonies and toonies to fours. That might be the next creative idea by which government could get its hands on money. And throughout the 20th century, we saw this same tactic of cash creation in, of course, with the most famous example was in the early 1920s in Germany. They had created so many new units of account that inflation ran rapid out of control. You needed to have a wheelbarrow full of cash in order to buy a loaf of bread. And if you got to the bar to try and drink away your inflationary blues, you ordered all your beer at the beginning of the night because as the minutes went on, it became more expensive. And of course, we in this part of the world have not been immune to this inflationary disease ourselves. While the post-war era, we inherited monstrous debts fighting the fascists, but governments had hard money from the end of the war until the early 70s. We basically operated on an American-led standard whereby you could, if you had a U.S. greenback, you could exchange it at a rate of $35 per ounce of gold. And in that period, of course, we had an enormous amount of prosperity. The Americans paid off their war debts. Here in Canada, with solid currency. We wrestled the inflationary beast to the ground in the post-war era. We took our record debts that we inherited from the war. We paid them off. We increased the size of the Canadian economy by 300%. And by 1933, we had basically become a debt. In 1973, we had basically become a debt-free country. But then what happened in the 1970s? Well, President Nixon wanted to spend on warfare and welfare. Of course, the Americans were bogged down in Vietnam, which was costly an enterprise, and President Nixon wanted to keep his popularity at home, so he decided to spend. And in the decade that followed 1971, not only did they unleash the American dollar from any particular standard, but they increased the number of U.S. dollars in circulation by 150%, while output only grew by about 39%. In other words, the amount of money grew about 4 times faster than the amount of underlying output that money represented. Now, here in Canada, we had Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and he looked down at all the inflation that the U.S. government was creating. They had reached double-digit inflation down there, a total inflationary crisis. The American dollar was devalued on an international basis and, of course, was incapable of buying affordable petroleum on the world market. They liked to blame OPEC, but they took no responsibility for the fact that the unit with which they were buying oil on the international markets was itself devalued. So Trudeau says, he looks down at all the misery in the United States. He looked at how people were lined up at gas stations trying to wait for an hour and a half in order to gas up their cars. He saw the poverty that was overtaking inner city streets. He saw the expanding wealth gap in the United States of America. And what did Pierre Elliott Trudeau say to all that? He said, let's have some of that up here. And so he started printing some money here in Canada and massively increased the money supply with which Canada, I just have the data right here. Between 1971 and 1981, the money supply in Canada grew by over 200%, while GDP only grew in real terms by about 47%. So you can imagine, money is growing in supply at more than 4 times the rate as the economy is growing. So you have more dollars chasing fewer goods, and what do you get? Inflation. That's right. That is, we learned that, all of us, we learned that in grade school, but apparently some lessons need to be learned and relearned here in this House of Commons. And so what happened was inflation hit by the early 1980s. Inflation had risen to 12% in Canada. Now, the government claimed that if they kept printing money, this would stimulate the economy and create jobs. Well, what did it deliver? 12% unemployment. 12% inflation, 12% unemployment. Worth spending a minute on this here. Why is it that high inflation actually kills jobs, contrary to what the so-called experts always tell us? Well, the answer is because what are prices? Prices are information. Prices are some of the most powerful and condensed forms of information ever known to humankind. The great economist Milton Friedman explained how complicated it is to make a pencil. He basically said the lead comes from a lead mine in Asia, the rubber comes from a rubber tree in another part of the world, the timber might come from a forest in the western United States, the paint might come from a titanium mine somewhere in Africa, and all these people are working together to make a pencil. None of them actually know they're making a pencil, but they agree to make the ingredients of a pencil. Why? Because they're zapped with a laser beam called the price signal. The price is high enough to incentivize them to make the investments, to do the work, to supply the goods. And the consumer knows what it costs to make that pencil. Why? Not because he called to all the mines and he called out over to the forest and asked them all to feed in the price and pull out his calculator and figured out what it should cost to make a pencil. No, because when he walked in to the store, there was a price, and that price basically zapped to him the cost of making the pencil, and the hundreds of people who had unknowingly conspired to make it communicated that information to the buyer just like that, and then he calculated in his mind that the pencil was worth more than the money he had to spend to get it, and therefore all of those laser beams led to that wonderful little transaction that brought him home a pencil. Here's the problem with inflation. It messes with all of those information signals. Just last week, I was in New Brunswick, and I was speaking to a gentleman who's in a recycling business. He signs 5-year agreements to do recycling work for other companies. Here's the problem. When you don't know what the price is going to be over the next 5 years, you don't know what you should charge. He locked in contracts that expected inflation to be the normal 2%. Now, we've got 5% inflation and potentially rising. What is the difference? Well, over a 5-year period, instead of having 10% total inflation, it will be closer to 25, or with compounded interest, 30%. So now he's getting actually 20% less in his 5th year than he actually thought he was going to get. So all of these information signals that tell that allow people to exchange work for wages, product for payment, and investment for interest are totally scrambled by inflation. The technology that is supposed to allow us to transport value through space and time is scrambled. It's like scrambling the hard drive on a computer. And all of these mixed signals mess with the ability of humans to exchange value with one another. And when that system breaks down, everything breaks down. That is why inflation has almost always led to social disorder. It also allows those with the greatest means to profit the most. Why? Because they can move their money into things that are inflation protected, like land, buildings, private businesses, stocks, bonds, and countless other assets that inflate in price. Meanwhile, the people who actually live off their wages see a real pay cut. Those people who are wealthy enough not only profit by watching their assets inflate in value, but the real value of the debts that they take on shrinks in inflation-adjusted terms. And so what happens? Those who have access to the financial system get vastly richer as their debts shrink in real value and their assets inflate. And those who do the work, the people in the fields, for whom we painted these floors green, they watch the fruits of their labors withered away by this inflation. And so, Madam Chair, I rise today to call for a restoration of the real integrity of our money, to bring back the meaning of money, which is to transport value over space and time, to restore free markets among free people, and to put the commoner ahead of the crown. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest. A little disappointed. The Conservative opposition would think that they would have also learned something over the last number of months, just by making some very basic observations, such as the COVID-19 is still an issue. There is still a need for the Canadian government to provide supports. Yet, why, and this would be the question, why does the Conservative Party continue to look at ways in which they can try to frustrate and cause a slowdown of passing legislation that will enable businesses and Canadians to continue to receive the support that they need?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, because the member forgets the other side of the equation, which goes back to the very first question I asked at the outset. Where does the money come from? He has another $7 billion of expenditures that he wants to impose on Canadians. Now, I very helpfully explained to him how a pencil was made. And I thought that he would take out his pencil and he would scribble himself some notes so that he could finally explain on behalf of his government, where will this $7 billion come from? But, Madam Chair, apparently I gave him too much credit.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, and I congratulate my colleague from Carleton for his eloquent speech. It's always interesting to hear him talk about history, but I'd like to talk to him about a very disastrous history. It's called the Union Act from 1940, and it united Upper and Lower Canada. At the time, Upper Canada had a debt of over £1 million. It wasn't even able to pay interest on the debt, while Lower Canada had £95,000 debt, and the two were joined. So Lower Canada paid Upper Canada's debt. Does the colleague agree that the federal government should repay the debt to Quebec and ensure that it adjusts the interests accordingly? Thank you. The honourable member for Carleton. Madam Speaker, the member forgets that the debts that Canadians are paying, be it Quebecers, Albertans, or anyone from anywhere else in Canada, is not a debt paid by one group or one government. Rather, it's a debt paid by the people doing the work. We have to stop thinking of it in terms of groups or identity groups and start thinking of individual citizens doing the work, because every person is responsible for themselves, and each person should have more economic freedom. If people had more economic freedom, the state wouldn't have been able to impose the debt on individuals.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we know that throughout COVID-19 and throughout the supports that we've provided business, we talked about, as New Democrats, the concerns about big corporations paying dividends to shareholders, CEOs taking bonuses off the backs of everyday Canadians that, when they applied for benefits. Now, one thing that's missing as they divide this bill, I don't hear the Conservatives talking about the GIS clawback. We see the government not going after the big corporations, but they're going after seniors. They're going after families, single parents that have the Canada Child Tax benefit through their clawbacks, Madam Speaker. The most desperate Canadians. I think about women over 65. 1/3 of single women over 65, Madam Speaker, are living in poverty. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the member is, does he not agree that the government needs to change course? And I ask him why the Conservatives haven't put this in the amendment in splitting this bill and helping support the most vulnerable, especially that this government's targeting.
Member for Carleton.
I just find it very interesting that the NDP doesn't seem to care about the effect on seniors of government-created inflation. Of course, inflation hurts savers the most. Seniors, because of this incredibly high inflation, get rates of return on their savings that are inferior to the rise in the cost of living, which means that they are every single year becoming poorer. Meanwhile, the cash creation that this government has done floods financial markets. Just yesterday, the finance minister said, sure, housing prices are up, food prices are more expensive, but don't worry, the stock market is rising. Well, of course it's rising. When you pump $400 billion into it, it goes up. So the big corporations and their CEOs can use all that money for share buybacks, dividends, and capital appreciation. Meanwhile, the inflated cost of living leaves our seniors poorer and poorer every single year.
Questions and comments? Gentleman from Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague on the Finance Committee who gives a great contribution and gave us an excellent indication today about what is exactly happening to our money supply here in Canada. But I'm going to ask him again because we were at Finance Committee yesterday, and one of the senior members of the Department of Finance, Madam Chair, came to us, and the member asked that senior member of the Department of Finance, one of the most senior members of the Department of Finance, what is Canada's debt? And that answer that came back to the member from Carleton was, I don't know. Remember, the member of Finance was asked the same question later in the meeting, and it was, I don't know. May I ask the member, where are we going to get some finance officials that actually understand the metrics that are driving the economy of this country?
The honourable member for Carleton.
The question I asked was, how much debt do Canadians owe, publicly and privately? And the finance minister said she couldn't say. This is the person responsible for the finances of the nation. So I asked the top bureaucrat that she had on the panel with her, and he said he doesn't know either. So I went to Statistics Canada, which just by chance updated that number today. And so I announce on the floor of the House of Commons that Canadians owe $9 trillion. Wow. That's trillion with a T. Our debt level is now 371% of our GDP. $3.71 of debt for every $1 of output. That is nearly double the historic level, and it is a massive risk that could lead to detonation when interest rates return to normal.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And given that the honourable member for Carleton has sprung a motion on us today, it's probably my last chance to speak before holidays. So I wish all in the House a wonderful holiday. But to the honourable member, he'll be surprised, I think, that I quite agree with him, that we don't seem to have finance officials who know where the money comes from or where it's going. And I specifically would ask for the support from the Conservative Party to pursue the question of what is a fossil fuel subsidy. In asking this question of Finance Canada, and speaking of sharp pencils, the member for Carleton raised the problems that where we go to make a pencil. They didn't get their pencils out. They actually, for the first time in the history of this country, when the Auditor General asked Finance Canada for their paperwork on what is a fossil fuel subsidy, since the government has committed to ending them, finance officials refused to answer the Auditor General. It's unprecedented. And I asked the honourable member for Carleton where we're going to find people who will answer questions that Canadians demand to have those answers in front of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Well, one example of a fossil fuel subsidy would be the taxpayer-funded plane ticket that the member receives to fly here on a petroleum-burning airplane in order to sit in the House of Commons. But speaking of corporate subsidies, I think she raises a good point in general. I believe that we should let businesses keep more of what they actually earn instead of providing them with government handouts. That way we go to a free market economy instead of state capitalism.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, let me say from the very beginning, I am not an economist, but I do have a basic understanding in terms of how an economy works. And I have always found it somewhat interesting when my colleague from Carleton goes into a diatribe of all these theories that are out there. And he does tend to have that heavy right slant, I must say. And, you know, when I go back to my days at university, I think of the economy, and one of the theorists would have been someone like a Hobbes, the whole idea of dog-eat-dog world type of thing. And I guess I'm closer to the Keynesian type of theorist myself, and recognizing that at a time there's a government, for government to come forward and to actually do and take tangible actions to support our communities, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting. The member made reference to that I should have taken notes. And actually, I did take a couple of notes as the member was speaking, because I did want to make reference to a few of the thoughts that the member was espousing when he talks about, well, what is money? And I'm going to elaborate on that particular point, maybe not from an ivory tower perspective, but rather from how I believe the constituents that I represent would like to hear it, Madam Speaker, and that being as plain as possible, my basic understanding of it. And he talks about, well, where does the money come from? And, you know, when I hear those type of sayings coming from members opposite, and no one uses that more than the member from Carleton. And it's important that people that might be following this debate appreciate the fact that the member from Carleton is actually the finance critic for the Conservative Party, meaning that the Conservative Party here takes its lead from the leader of the Conservative Party, sometimes on finance issues, and on other times from the member from Carleton. Now, I don't say that to scare people, Madam Speaker. I say that because I believe that people should recognize what it is that the member from Carleton says. You know, there was a time in which the Conservative Party didn't exist. There used to be a progressive Conservative, and there used to be the Reformers. The member from Carleton would fit quite well in the Reformers, Madam Speaker. It's interesting to see the contrast when you have the leader trying to say, we are moderates. Well, somewhat moderates. After all, that's why they flip-flop on the carbon tax issue, if you'll recall, Madam Speaker, which upset a lot of the old reformers in the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. And that's why members of the Conservative Party, the caucus in particular, have a certain appreciation and respect for the member from Carleton, because his job is to keep that party to the right. And I tell you, Madam Speaker, he does a pretty darn good job keeping the Conservatives on that extreme right. When I hear, as some of them do applaud, and I don't blame them for applauding if that's their basic principles, but let's realize, if the member from Carleton had his way, as he talks about government expenditure and how wasteful it is, I would argue government expenditure is a good thing. That's the way in which you support real people and businesses. That's why we as a government brought in programs during a very difficult time, not just here in Canada, but around the world. It was around the world the pandemic came. And it was Canada and this government that recognized that here in Canada, we don't need to take the approach of economics from the member from Carleton. We need to start thinking in terms of how it is that we can use government spending to support Canadians, to support small businesses, to have the backs of Canadians. And that is what has been the first priority of this Prime Minister and the Cabinet and Liberal members of Parliament from day one. And that's one of the reasons why we ultimately went into an election, and why it is that we were given a renewed, stronger mandate, Madam Speaker. Because the plan that we provided to the floor of the House of Commons is, in fact, a plan that a vast majority of Canadians support, Madam Speaker. Only a good portion of the reform element of the Conservative Party in the House here call into serious question why it is the government has made the expenditures that it has made. Think of the consequences had we not provided the support, had we not listened to what Canadians wanted, had we not done the consultation that was so critical, had we not done the working with the different levels of government, the nonprofit organizations, the many different stakeholders, including healthcare workers and so many others. What would have been the alternative, Madam Speaker? What would have happened if we would have focused our attention on the Conservative Party and their ideas, in particular, the critic of finances ideas? We wouldn't have had the types of programs like CERB, which provided millions of Canadians financial support during the pandemic. Financial support that put dollars in their pockets so that they could pay their bills, whether it's a mortgage, whether it's a rent, a utility bill, or the food on their table, Madam Speaker. Conservatives, led by the member from Carleton, will say, talk about the deficit and the deficit and the deficit. That right element of the Conservative Party. Yes,
the CERB program did cost a considerable amount of money. But had we not invested in that program, imagine the suicides, the family breakups, the cost in terms of mental health, and the impact it would have had on our economy. Those are the reasons why the Prime Minister acted quickly in making the statement that we will have the back of Canadians and we will be there for Canadians. Think in terms of the business supports that we have provided over the last 18 months. In particular, focus on things such as, our arts community, our small businesses. The wage subsidy program allowed employers the opportunity to keep employees working. It ensured that many thousands of jobs would still be there when we recover, Madam Speaker. And we have been proven to be correct with that particular program, Madam Speaker. Think of the rent subsidy program. How many small businesses would not be here today had the government not provided support in terms of rent subsidy? The bills continue to come in. The suppliers in many ways still want to be paid. The landlords still want to be paid. That program provided tangible support. Workers, the need for sick pay. These are things that are tangible, that made a difference, that helped Canadians. And when we went to the polls back in September, Canadians agreed with the Liberal plan, and that's why we are in the government benches. They agree with the progressive policies that we have put into place, and that's why a majority of Canadians supported parties that understand how important it is for government to play a role in supporting people, whether they are seniors, people with disabilities, other vulnerable Canadians, Canadians that are losing jobs, Canadians that are trying to keep their businesses afloat. These are the types of things, Madam Speaker, that really mattered. And progressive parties inside this House did well as a result. So what is C2? C2 is an extension of the programs that I just finished talking about, Madam Speaker, in good part, in one form or another. It would have been around this time last year, I would have been standing in my place and saying, the Conservative Party back then are playing a destructive role inside the House of Commons, on the chamber. And that's why, I'm not surprised that the member from Carleton or the Conservative Party has decided to bring forward this particular motion, a motion that wants to divide a bill that actually went to committee back on December 2. Here's another way in which they feel that they can slow down legislation, possibly prevent it from being able to pass, by literally dividing the bill into two, Madam Speaker. What's next if that passes? Are they going to suggest that we need to strike up more committees to be able to meet with this on these issues? Is this yet another indication from the official opposition that what they want to do is to frustrate the legislation? Do they not realize, Madam Speaker, the cost of this legislation not passing? It would have been, and I had the date here somewhere, back on October the 21st, the Prime Minister indicated that the government has targeted business support programs that they want to extend the Canada Recovery Hiring Program, create the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program and Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program, and establish the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. All of this is something in which the Prime Minister indicated back in October that he wanted to be able to see the House of Commons act on quickly. That's why there's no coincidence we're back in, and it's literally C2, the very first piece of legislation. It's a good way in which government expresses its priority by the first piece of legislation it brings in. Remember C2, when we first got elected back in 2015, that was the legislation that created the framework for the tax break for Canada's middle class. It was also the legislation that established the need for us to recognize that we needed to have an additional tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest in our society. Interesting enough, the Conservatives voted against that legislation. And at the time, that was our priority legislation. It was our first piece of legislation. Coming out of the election, take a look at what's happening around our country today. Go back to the press conference that the Prime Minister had back on October 21. And what will you find? If you don't want to believe me, consult your constituents. Every region of the country is concerned about the COVID-19. Everyone in the country wants to see a higher sense of cooperation taking place on the floor of the House of Commons. How is dividing such a critical piece of legislation that in essence encapsulates what it is on the minds of Canadians, at least in good part, and getting it passed through the House? That committee that I said met, or when it went to committee back on December 2, the committee itself has already had 6 meetings. I think today is its 7th meeting. What is the real purpose of this motion by the Conservative Party today? We were actually supposed to be debating the throne speech. The throne speech is all about another aspect. It is the plan. It's how we are going to continue to move forward. So whether you take a look at the content of the throne speech, which we're not debating now because of this silly motion, Madam Speaker, the throne speech highlighted the fact that we are still in the COVID-19, that we still need to do what we can to minimize the negative impacts of the COVID-19. And Canadians have stepped up to the plate. They realize it. What is it, 86%? I believe it's 86% of Canadians over the age of 12 now is fully vaccinated. We recognize the strong leadership role that each and every one of us have to play, but let's also recognize the important role that our communities have actually played. An 86 fully vaccination community is a healthy community, and we can still do better. We can still get more people fully vaccinated. But until we've achieved that optimum, we need to be able to continue to be there in very real and tangible ways. Some of our communities could actually be significantly hit into the future because of mutations of the coronavirus 19 or the coronavirus. That's one of the reasons why there is an important lockdown measure. We want Canadians to know that the House of Commons at least what would appear to be the New Democrats, Bloc, Greens, and Liberals still understand that we need to have these progressive measures in place to be there to support real people, to ensure that our communities are healthy into the future, Madam Speaker. By investing, by supporting communities, we collectively will all benefit in the long run. Had the government of the day followed the Conservative Party, in particular, the Conservative finance critic, who is worshipped by many within the Conservative caucus, the programs that we have today would be in question, and there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that we would not have had the type of progressive programs that we have today. And as a result of those programs, Madam Speaker, we are in a far better position to be able to recover. And we see that in the numbers. You know, we actually have more people back and employed than we had pre-pandemic. Far greater than, on a percentage basis, per capita basis, than the United States and other countries. And the reason I believe that to be the case is that at the end of the day, because by supporting Canadians, by supporting businesses were able to survive, people were able to get over what I believe is the biggest issue of the pandemic, that being the vaccination. You know, and Canada has led the world because there has been Team Canada, asterisk, except Conservative Party here on the Hill, that has consistently talked about the importance of being fully vaccinated and as much as possible to provide programs that were going to make a difference, that would provide the disposable income, that would save the jobs, save the businesses. I would ask the Conservative Party to rethink their motion. Maybe take the member from Carlston's economic theories, put them on hold for a while, and let's see if we can pass this legislation as it is out of committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his intervention here today. really a easy question. So, I heard earlier on in the member's intervention when he mentioned he went to university and he thought a lot about economics, and I'm sure the Hansard will reflect that statement. And so I wonder then if the member could let me know. So with regard to monetary policy, would the member agree with me that monetary policy is indeed something that is very important for the recovery of our country, or would the member agree with the Prime Minister that monetary policy is indeed not worth the conversation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can appreciate some very basic things within economics, whether it's money supply and so forth. But for me, I think that what we need to recognize is that if government didn't, for example, borrow much of the money that was actually borrowed, what would have ended up happening is you would have had Canadians having to borrow more money in order to pay bills, buy groceries. There would have been far more bankruptcies, and the people that would have benefited the most would have likely have been institutions like banks. And what impact would have that had on things such as interest rates and so forth? You know, as I say, I studied about the economy, but I'm not an economist. But having been a parliamentarian for 30 years and listened to many different budgets, I have a basic understanding of how an economy works. And the government needed to get involved, and we did just that. And over my 30 years, I have seen even progressive conservative governments recognize at a time there's a need for government to get involved.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a bit caught up in my mask there. I agree with my colleague from Winnipeg North, and it doesn't happen all that often, so I'd like to point that out. I'd like to ask him this question, because he raised a fundamental question, and that is why? Why are they calling for this bill to be divided? And he said, what's next? So what comes next? I'd like him to speculate. Where are the conservatives heading with this? This bill needs to be passed quickly. So what are they up to? What should we look on the lookout for? Thank you.
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I wish I could get another 20 minutes to really properly answer that question. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I recognize that the bill itself, and this is a tactical procedure that I believe the Conservative Party is using to just kind of stir the pot, cause some frustration, maybe try to embarrass the government, and not only the government, but also opposition parties, I would suggest to you. Because if you recognize that a vast majority of Canadians support these progressive measures, that you'll see the value inside this legislation. And it's not to say, and I'm not trying to say the government is perfect. There is all sorts of ways opposition members can critique the government. And I don't want to take anything away from that, Madam Speaker. But the measure that we're seeing with this particular motion, I think has caused just more so to try to cause a little bit of frustration. Hopefully, members on all sides of the House will see the game that is being played here. And we got a mandate as a minority. Let's see if we can work together on some of these projects. Doesn't mean that you can't criticize government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Speaker, I do think it's important to keep the bill together because there's a number of different issues that have to be addressed. There's the issue of workers who are connected to an employer. There's the issues of workers who aren't going to be able to access money through the wage subsidy, either because their employer doesn't choose to exercise that particular mechanism or because they're self-employed. So I don't think it helps the debate to kind of divide and conquer, as it were, to split off one piece, move ahead with one piece, and not talk about the other. But I have to say, to pretend that this bill is going to do a lot of good for people is also, I think, a bit of a farce. Just one example, the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit actually doesn't apply to any region in the country so far, even though the government talks about how great it is that it's retroactive. Can the member name a region of the country between October 23rd and now where the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit would apply?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and as opposed to attempting to answer something that I don't necessarily know right offhand, I would like to point out that the member from Elmwood and Transcona, I believe, is doing what is the responsible thing as a member of opposition. He's recognizing the value of the legislation, even though he's calling into question a number of aspects of the legislation. I respect that. I understand that NDP do have concerns with regards to the legislation. I suspect if you go to the committee meetings, you'll hear a number of concerns. And I will probably disagree with a number of their concerns. And they will no doubt raise it and continue to raise it inside the House. I respect that. What I disagree with is when a tactic is used for the mere political partisan gameship, which is not in the best interest of legislation of this nature.
And comments, the honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I share the outrage of my colleague from Winnipeg North. I think from my perspective, we have the Christmas season coming. More people are going to be inside together in groups. We have an Omicron variant that's the case numbers are climbing in other parts of the world, and I think these supports are critical for Canadian workers and businesses that have been hardest hit. So could my colleague from Winnipeg North explain to us what he thinks the impact of delaying this important piece of legislation is going to be on those businesses and workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's a good question. I think that members need to reflect and show some empathy as opposed to sympathy. Imagine, if you will, you are one of these businesses or an individual that is waiting in need for this legislation. And anything that causes that unnecessary delay will, in fact, cause some anxiety. And what we should be talking about, I think it might have even been a Conservative member that started it, but we've been talking about it for quite a while within our caucus, and that is to promote buying local. Now is a great time to support some of our local businesses. And I have a wonderful plant store in Winnipeg North, jeepney restaurant, water plants. There's so many local businesses that are in our communities that during Christmas time, this might be a nice time for us to do some promotion of our local small businesses.
Members, if they have questions to ask, instead of yelling them across, they can try to be recognized the next time that it's time for questions and comments. It's time for questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have to say I'm quite stunned by the hypocrisy of the members opposite, talking about how important it is we get this bill done immediately and playing political games after they prorogued Parliament and then called an early election. If they hadn't called an early election, we would have been here in mid-September and we could have passed the bill then. But they did interrupt Parliament with an election and then waited a full 2 months before recalling Parliament. My question to the member, if it's so important as they are claiming, why did they not recall Parliament immediately after the election? United Kingdom, 6 days to bring back Parliament. Liberal government, 2 months. Why so long?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister back in October talked about why it is that we needed to continue to support our communities. Supporting communities means healthier communities. And the Prime Minister talked about it back in October, and it is Bill number 2. That is, in essence, the first real bill. Like, there is a C1, but it has more of a, there's always a C1. I don't know exactly the content of whatever the C1 is, Madam Speaker, right offhand. But I can tell you, there's C2. To me, in my books, is the most important bill, and that's why it was listed as the priority one coming in. And the opposition have known about it for many weeks, going into months now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to mention that I'll be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be a good team player to start whenever there's a motion on a bill or an opposition. I usually start off by saying what I like about the thing, but in this case, what I liked best was the historical content of the member for Carleton's speech. And if ever he were to get into podcasts or something like that, I'd certainly be the first to listen to his podcast. It's always very interesting to hear what he says. So I have to give him that. But to put an end to the suspense, I might disappoint my Conservative colleagues here, but we cannot support this motion. My apologies. I'll explain why. The reason we don't intend to support this motion is that, in our view, both parts of the bill that the Conservatives want to divide, they go hand in hand. They belong together because, on the one hand, there's a pandemic affecting businesses, and then there's acting as if, and maybe this could affect workers or individuals in some other way, and maybe we can deal with that separately. No, it's one and the same pandemic. The pandemic is affecting both workers and businesses. So this bill covers two aspects of the same problem that stems from the same pandemic. So we can't support this proposal to divide the bill. My colleague from Winnipeg North already mentioned that there were people waiting for support. And I think the Conservatives might have mentioned this too. A lot of time was lost and wasted because of an election that should never have happened. People still need support, but I don't see the relevance of taking a bill that's already been passed at second reading. It's being studied by a committee. I don't see the point in bringing it back to the House, dividing it, and starting the whole process over again. Obviously, there are a lot of companies that are going to suffer from any delay, but probably even more ordinary people will suffer from any delay. Enough time was wasted on a pointless election. We shouldn't add to that and make people suffer even more by making them wait longer. Basically, we didn't think the supports were perfect during the pandemic, the initial supports, and benefits did quite possibly, the extended benefits might have caused some people to choose not to go back to work. So that did lead to a labor shortage. But we think this bill should be debated and improved. The supports and benefits did need to be tweaked and improved upon, whether it was the wage subsidy or the rent subsidy or the individualized benefits. What we suggest is that there are still workers who could be added to these benefits. The benefits should be broadened to reach more workers. We in the Bloc Québécois are thinking of people who work in the arts and cultural industries. There have been no shows or festivals for a long time now. Musicians and actors have been out of work in theaters. They haven't been able to do their job. And those people, the problem is that if they're not supported, there's a risk that they will leave those fields that they have so much talent in. We could lose our artistic and cultural great minds, lose them to other industries for lack of resources. If there's no way of supporting them, they will have to look elsewhere. They will leave their field and we'll lose that expertise. And the question we have to ask, are we willing to pay that price? Are we willing to lose our creative minds? For example, there are also technicians and props people. There are all the behind-the-scenes people. They're leaving and they're going to work in mines because they have similar expertise and the hours are similar too. They're not 9-to-5 jobs. They fly in and fly out for 2 weeks at a time. And in the cultural industries, there's lots of projects that are like that too. And they can earn good wages in mining, but there's a danger that even if things pick up again in the arts, that those people won't come back. They'll be lost forever. So that's what I'm thinking about when I say we should keep talking about these individualized benefits at the Finance Committee. This bill should not be divided. But it would also be a good idea to keep working on the business aspect too, because the Conservatives are making an argument here that could slow things down for the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy for companies who need those benefits. So we do want to think about these things in a thorough fashion. We should also think about what industries could benefit from support by regulation. We're just waiting for the minister to confirm that some of these benefits can be extended or broadened by regulation. We're thinking, for example, of aeronautics. This is an industry that's been affected by the crisis because fewer people are traveling, fewer planes are being built. So we need to think of those industries as well. There's also all the manufacturing industries that are indirectly affected by the pandemic because, for example, there's a supply shortage for microprocessors. So a lot of manufacturers of trucks and various automobile products, their supply chain has been slowed down. Not because they lack workers, it's because they lack parts. So those industries need our help too. And all I see today is a desire by the Conservatives to slow things down, delay the passage of C2 in part or in whole. But people need our support now. So that's the part I disagree with. I'm not saying that we have to fix the damage caused by the government because of the election delay, but I'm just saying that we shouldn't contribute to that delay because we will be doing a disservice to people who need our help if we do that. So I don't agree with the Conservatives who say the government held things up. They delayed coming back to the House after the election, after the pointless election, but now they're doing the same thing here, trying to delay the passage of this bill. So it's a bit of doublespeak. It seems hypocritical to me. But I really don't see the need to divide this bill. I don't see the point in doing that. The bill can be improved, and that is what the Finance Committee is currently doing. If it were to be divided and brought back and started over, I think that would be a huge overlap. I think there's already a lot of overlap with two levels of government, provincial and federal. So we shouldn't add even more work. Madam Speaker, as long as the pandemic continues, it will affect both companies and workers. And there's just one pandemic, and there's one problem that has multiple consequences, but we shouldn't divide those consequences and deal with them individually. We should deal with this problem holistically because it stems from one and the same situation, i.e. the pandemic. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I agree with her fully. A lot of industries like culture have been hard hit, and I look forward to hearing what my colleague has to say at the Finance Committee. I fully agree with her. We shouldn't start the whole process over again because our companies need support. Do our friends in the Bloc Québécois, are they saying that they're willing to work with us to move this forward? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I gave away our game plan, at the beginning of my speech, I said we did not intend to support the Conservatives' motion to divide this bill. And when we look at this type of legislation, we have to look at who is this for. So we certainly don't intend to interfere with the passage of this bill. Questions and comments? Thank you.
One of the major concerns in C2 is that the freelance workers or workers are not able to access financial support. Could not one way of ensuring that the support is there, could it not be to require the Liberals to make a royal recommendation for amendments that would allow these workers in arts and culture and tourism and hospitality sector, these self-employed individuals, to have access to the benefits for people who are quarantining, those who are under lockdown. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. In fact, that's a little bit what we are already proposing when I was talking about the cultural workers. It's not because of a quarantine order that they don't have any work, even if they currently aren't able to work at full capacity. We're talking rather about the kind of worker who's affected, and I think that we can agree on that. That's part of what we're generally asking for. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Oh, I apologize. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my eloquent colleague for her speech. I would like to share something with you, Madam Speaker. Something very rare is happening in Canada right now. All of the premiers in Canada agree on one thing: increasing healthcare transfers. You know, Madam Speaker, today, December 10th, 2021, it's been 1 year ago that the Prime Minister of Canada called all of the premiers from Quebec and Canada to say that he would commit to increasing healthcare transfers. What's happened since then? Nothing. Can my colleague tell us what the solution is to stop waiting on Ottawa and to have a full authority and the money for our workers and ensure healthcare services? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I've got so much to talk about. Of course, independence is the solution, sovereignty. Of course, we need the healthcare transfers. Quebec could have done a lot more had it had its fair share of the pie. Let's say we stay under federal jurisdiction. The bill that is before us is work that should have been done a long time ago, because if we hadn't done it correctly, then if we had been able to do it, we would have been able to deal with it differently. We wouldn't have had to address things piecemeal, and this shows the flaws of not having done it sooner. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the bar is high, set by my distinguished colleague. She's so brilliant, but also so nice. And perhaps I'll be a little less nice than I usually am. Listen, Madam Speaker. Why? Let's ask ourselves this question. What are we doing Friday afternoon? It's 1:30 p.m. We have work to do, and here we have a motion that comes out of nowhere. And it's asking us to divide a bill into two in order so it takes longer to pass. This motion, Madam Speaker, comes, furthermore, from a political party that spends half of its days, at least, condemning the slowness of the government opposite. So I am trying to understand here, but I'm missing something. What is the point of this strategy? They're trying to gain time, perhaps to win political points, to embarrass the government. And I'd like to have a question from our Conservative friends who are in the House at present to tell me why, because I can't follow the logic. Is the goal to slow down the work in order to then say, well, look at how slow the government is? Sometimes I wonder. There are people at home, Madam Speaker, who are waiting. They're waiting for the support. There are people who have been elected, very willing people who want to take concrete action and work on a committee on bills and motions. And here we're losing an afternoon because they want to split the bill and double the time that it takes, so double the time, the deadline for the people who are waiting for support. I apologize, Madam Speaker, but sometimes it's hard not to lose it. And I will have to tell myself to calm down. It's not the first time it's happened to me in this House. And the speech that I'm going to give today, I think that my colleague from Saint-Jean really well described the technical positions and the different political parties. I'd like to speak about it in a logical manner. There are people at home, people who are watching what you're doing, and who are watching speeches 1 week where they hear it's urgent, we have to take action for businesses, and then the next week they're using tactics to delay the passage of a bill. I am not telling you that this bill is perfect in any way. I am, in fact, far from saying that this government opposite is perfect, you know. However, what we have before us is a good basis, a good base from which to work. We have to take action now, and we have to pass it. It's not two different pandemics, as my colleague said. There's one crisis. Everybody's in it at the same time. Could we please not work with seriousness for the common good to pass quickly a bill that will help everybody at the same time. If we split it in two, who's going to get helped first? Which one is going to be voted on first? Is it because the Conservatives want to deny assistance to businesses or to individuals? Is one or the other justified? I don't think they're against either. Perhaps they'll correct me if I'm wrong during the question periods, but I'm hoping that their questions will do some good to me, because right now I don't feel good about it. Because when I'm here, I'm supposed to be working for everybody, and at present, that's not what's happening. At present, I'm trying to prevent people from slowing down the work for everyone else. That's not normal, Madam Speaker. And beyond that, it's even a little bit revolting. Yes. So the nice guy here is not as nice as usual, so let's get serious and do the work for the people who are watching us. It was mentioned earlier that we're already far behind, and when I say the government isn't perfect, this is a good example. There was a crisis in Afghanistan, health crisis, etc., and the parliament went to an election. Parliament was working very well because I can't speak for the other parties, but I can speak for my own people in Quebec who are sitting in this House, despite what some people in English Canada might think, and think that we might come to make trouble. No, that's not true. We're coming in here respectfully, and we have proposals to make because we're here to improve the lives of our fellow citizens on a daily basis. We're working for our people. I'm not working against the Liberals. I'm not working against the Conservatives. I'm not working against the NDP. I'm working for Quebec. I'm working for people. People need these measures, these assistance measures, to continue. The bill in front of us is not perfect. We talked about the self-employed workers, people in the cultural sector. I know others whose businesses have not been able to resume. Could we please go to committee and study it like it should be done and make proposals instead of not doing anything this afternoon and trying to block something? That's what's happening. I think there's 3 political parties, if I understand correctly, together, so that will just cost us an afternoon. But it is urgent. 62 days after an election, we got recalled here. That's a long time. I have young people in the political party who say the government's not doing anything. It was a needless election. We should have continued to work. We had to wait 62 days. We should have continued to work. But they're preventing us from working here this afternoon. It proves that I guess I'm not all that carried away. Listen, we talked about labor shortages. We talked about individuals who need help. I'd like to talk to you about something that my Conservative friends like a great deal. That is inflation. I think they're right to talk about it often. I'm not criticizing them. It's a real problem. Inflation is a real problem. We have to help our constituents. We have to help our people. We have to take action. People who need a benefit, employees, businesses. 58% of our small businesses say that they haven't resumed full operations yet. That's almost 6 out of 10 businesses, Madam Speaker. Revenues aren't there. So people might have to close and send people onto employment insurance. That's something else that we can't do here. That's a real reform of employment insurance, the self-employed workers that we're talking about. Perhaps we could talk a little bit less about them if our employment insurance program was a real employment insurance program and not a program to fund the federal government. The money would be there for everybody. The black holes would be fixed. That's what we need to talk about, Madam Speaker. That's what we need to talk about. Real people. Real people. Increase sick leave for COVID. Things like that. Wage subsidy, rent subsidy. you know that our economic, or social fabric rather, is something we need to keep. We need to pay attention to it. I'm eager to have questions from my Conservative colleagues because I've asked it 3 or 4 times. I hope I'll get at least one question. I'd like to have an explanation. What is happening this afternoon? I don't understand. All the sectors that we need to be talking about with great urgency need us to proceed. So I will tell you with no punch, because it's already been said, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois will oppose this motion in hoping that we can move as quickly as possible forward. And if we waste any more time on this and the government comes back with a gag order so that we can do debates as we should with their NDP friends who sometimes supports that kinds of motion, I dare hope that the Conservative Party colleagues won't complain about it. Because if there is a political party that's making us waste time and pushing us against the wall and the edge of the cliff and say we have to vote quickly, I don't even need to name them, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for whom I have a great deal of respect. We have often spoken a lot about agriculture, and I think we will talk about it a lot on Thursday of next week. My colleague made some good points. The official opposition over the past few weeks has been playing with different words of François Pérusse. But we're wasting time here this afternoon. And the Finance Committee is discussing as we speak C2. So why are we talking about a routine motion on an issue so that either the workers will get their benefits first or businesses? I'd like to talk about how important it is to his constituents. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank sincerely my very esteemed colleague. I have a great deal of respect for him, too, and I'd like this opportunity to congratulate him publicly on his new appointment as Parliamentary Secretary. I think it's very interesting. Well, he asked me to talk about constituents. And this is something else that I have difficulty understanding. There are MPs who stand up here and who delay procedures when they also are getting calls at their riding office. I don't believe that they don't get any. Unless they really don't take any calls, they let the staff deal with it. But sometimes I like to go and see what's happening. And the people who are suffering the greatest, I call them myself, and I say, I explain that when parliamentary process is like this, I stand up and I tap on my desk and I talk like I have this afternoon. Questions and comments?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that the problem with the Liberals' plan for the economic recovery is that a lot of people who are vulnerable are being left behind, especially when it comes to their finances. We can think of families that are getting the Canada Child Benefit, and they are low-income families already. We can think of seniors who are getting the guaranteed income supplement. They have seen these CERB benefits clawed back by the government through these other benefits, and this is something that has to be resolved. We already know that there are seniors who are now homeless. And I would like to know a little bit more from my colleague on the block benches, the extent to which the solutions to these problems are part of their decision to support the passage of C2 in the House quickly or not. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my respected colleague for his very relevant question. Either he wanted to shock me or he didn't think I was passionate enough. He talked about the guaranteed income supplement. I would say, Madam Speaker, I have just gone through my first election as a sitting MP, and I'm thinking of September 20th. I was still working for people. I'm quite naive. And I asked ministers' offices when people came to see me about the GIS, and it was a transition period and they couldn't do anything. I said, but in the meantime, the seniors were having difficulty buying groceries. Why? Because they got CERB, because they lost their jobs. They lost their jobs. It's not their fault. And it's easy to make adjustments. The Bloc made some proposals. We have to do it quickly. And that's, in fact, one of our conditions. That's one of my conditions, Madam Speaker, our conditions to support this. So we're on the same side of the fence here.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're all in this together. That's a phrase that has been uttered a lot since the pandemic first struck the country. And I think for a time, Madam Speaker, that was true. There was a real sense of solidarity. You felt it in our communities. You felt it across the country. You felt it here in this place, such as that was in the very difficult days of the early pandemic. We were able to secure proposals to help people that went above and beyond the government's initial proposals, because there was a real spirit of collaboration and working together to get things done and to get them done quickly. That's why it wasn't a $1,000 a month benefit as the government initially proposed, but a $2,000 a month benefit for people who had lost their employment. It's how we were able to negotiate a benefit for students who originally were not going to be captured by the government's plan. There's a lot of places. We negotiated a one-time payment for people living with disabilities and for seniors, although what we would really like to see is the government take responsibility for ensuring that they have a guaranteed livable basic income at a rate that is above the poverty line, something that we haven't yet seen. But we were able to get meaningful improvements through negotiations in this place. And that's what it meant for a time to say that we're all in this together. That's not the approach that C2 represents. It's not the approach that it represents in its substance, but it's also not the approach that the government has taken in the way that it's managing C2 through the House, both in the early stages of its development before it was tabled. There was no discussion with other parties, as far as I know, certainly not with us, prior to the announcement on October 21st. And there's been very little since. The motion that's before us right now is about dividing even more at a time where we've started from this moment of solidarity, and over the course of the last 20 months or so, the government has slowly been edging back from that sense of solidarity, edging back from, and I think with C2 actually just turning its back on the idea that the Prime Minister just ran on in the campaign in September, saying that they wouldn't leave anybody behind. But splitting this bill would make that problem worse, because there are two components to the bill. One is a component that provides help to businesses directly and to workers in those businesses. The other is something that's supposed to be there for workers who are self-employed or workers whose businesses don't opt to apply for the wage subsidy for various reasons, or maybe whose businesses don't quite meet the qualifications, but who nevertheless find themselves not able to work, because we know that there are businesses that have let people go during the pandemic but nevertheless didn't qualify for the wage subsidy. And so there's all sorts of ways in which workers will continue to need help directly. In fact, we know that in October there were still 900,000 of them that were needing that direct support. So there's at least them, Madam Speaker. We're not going to get to the point where we're negotiating effective solutions if we're picking off industries or particular players and advancing the programs that are there for them and leaving the others out of the discussion, particularly the ones with the least amount of economic clout and leverage themselves, which are individual workers. Individual workers in exposed industries like hospitality and tourism or arts and culture who aren't a big business with their own personal lobby that can come to Parliament Hill and meet with 338 different MPs, just about one for every day of the year. They don't have that kind of money. And that's why they're not reflected in the government's proposals in C2. But if we're going to solve that problem, we need to keep the components of the legislation together so that we're not picking some winners and allowing others to be losers any more than is already the case. And so that's why we in the NDP feel very strongly it's important to keep the bill together, a bill that frankly we don't support because we don't think it goes far enough. But if we're going to get back to a place where we can have some meaningful negotiation, a situation that did obtain at one time in this place in the last Parliament, then it's important that we're negotiating for everybody and not leaving the most vulnerable and hard done by in the current economy behind, while accelerating the help for industry players who are very much hard hit. And it is tough. And we do want to see that help go to that industry. But we don't want to see it where we're helping some and not others, or saying, okay, well, we'll speed this one up and we'll let this one languish. Because we need to maintain that sense of us all being in it together instead of being picked off one by one in a divide and conquer strategy to ultimately roll back pandemic support for Canadians. And that's where I think we actually see a pretty close affinity of intent and interest between the Liberals and Conservatives right now, who are talking about the extent to which they're going to roll back those supports. The widespread agreement there is that they're going to get rolled back. The support's rolled back pretty naturally under the conditions of the program. If you look at the CRB and the CERB, Madam Speaker, at one time there were about 9 million Canadians availing themselves of the CERB. On its own, without government kicking anyone off the program, by October of this year, there were just under 900,000. That's an over 90% reduction of the program, and therefore an over 90% reduction of the spending. As people could find work, they were leaving the program. And so we're already, we saw, I mean, how many times have we heard Conservatives talk about how they want to see program spending reduced? This is a program whose spending had been reduced by over 90%, because we in the NDP actually believe that Canadians do want to work. We believe that. But we also recognize that in the pandemic economy, such as it is, that's hard to do, and that there are a lot of people who do desperately want to work, but the jobs aren't there for them. It's not because there aren't jobs available, but it's because they lost work in a particular sector with a particular set of skills, a particular education. And those aren't necessarily the jobs that are now available. And so there's some work for us to do here in conjunction with employers and employees to talk about what jobs are available, who's available to fill them, and how we train the people that are available into the jobs that are available. But that's not the discussion we're having here. The discussion we're having here is how to go from a program that was still supporting 900,000 Canadians who needed financial support in difficult economic times to a program that doesn't even apply in one single place in the country to date, that won't provide financial support to one single worker in the way that the CERB did just a month or two ago, Madam Speaker. That's a big difference. And that difference is what the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party have in common here. I think sometimes the Conservative finance critic thinks that he's a champion for workers in this place. He certainly said as much. It was an interesting history lesson that he gave about the Magna Carta. He talked about, he waxed poetic even, about how this place is painted green for the commoners who were there at the Magna Carta when they signed a lovely deal that meant that there would be no taxation without representation. He talked about the peasants, indeed. I think he needs to know, Madam Speaker, and this is his blind spot. It's the blind spot of the Conservative Party. It's the blind spot of the Liberals. The people that were there that signed the Magna Carta with King John weren't the commoners. The people that were there that signed the Magna Carta with King John were the aristocrats and the barons that ruled over the peasants, that took taxes from them, took whatever they wanted from them, without any representation for them. And that's the problem. The Conservatives have this kind of mystical understanding of the Magna Carta as if it was this great progressive moment. It was an important moment on the road to democracy. Indeed, a little over 600 years later, universal male suffrage would come to the United Kingdom. And it would be another 50 or 60 years before women had access to suffrage on the same terms as men in the United Kingdom. So yes, it was a milestone that laid the ground for some progress centuries later. But I think the Conservative finance critic misses a few steps. It's not an innocent mistake, and it's not an unconsequential mistake, Madam Speaker. Those same barons that were there at Magna Carta to sign are not unlike the 1% today that the Parliamentary Budget Officer just reported this week own 25% of the wealth in Canada now. That wasn't always the case. In fact, around the turn of the century, it was more in the order of 11 or 12%. So 1% of the population is sharing 25% of the wealth in Canada. 40% of the population is sharing 1% of that wealth. That's the tale of 1% in Canada right now. We've got 40% of people sharing 1% of the wealth and 1% of people sharing 25% of the wealth. And the way we got there has a lot to do with both Liberals and Conservatives. And that's why the Conservative finance critic wants to focus so much on the Bank of Canada lately. He doesn't want to talk about all the capital that was hoarded over the last 20 years or so that is now being used in the real estate market and had been used in the real estate market to cause significant inflation in housing well before the pandemic struck. And there's no question there's been massive housing inflation since the pandemic began, but that's not where it started. That's not where it started. It's been going on for a long time. It's been going on over the period where the corporate tax rate has been cut in the year 2000 from 28% to just 15% today, and where we've seen overwhelming increases in the amount of dividends that are paid out. Now, who are some of the people that are gaining the biggest amount of money from those dividend payments as a result of corporate tax cuts? They're that 1%. That's how we got to the point today, where 1% of the people own 25% of the wealth. In the year 2000, the capital gains tax, the capital gains inclusion rate, was cut from 75% to 50%. 9/10 of the benefit of that tax cut over the last 20 years has gone to the top 1%. That's cash in hand for them that they've been sitting on until they had a moment to spend it in a way that would create more money, just as the Conservative finance critic likes to talk about. But they're not getting all of that in liquidity from the Bank of Canada. They're getting it from increasing returns as corporations pay less and less of the share of government revenue. 65 years ago, corporations in Canada used to pay for 50% of government revenue. Today, they pay 20%. That means individual Canadians are picking up 80% of the tab when they used to have to only pick up 50%. Now, the Conservatives will say, and Liberals will join them, well, if we cut their taxes, then they'll invest back in the economy, and that will create jobs and wealth. That's true to a point, except that the cash holdings of corporations and the wealthiest individuals have skyrocketed over the last 20 years, while the corporate tax rate went from 28% to 15%. So, and in fact, investment in real assets and productivity has stayed constant around 5.5% of GDP. So no, that money was, in fact, even the late Jim Flaherty, some might remember him. He sat on the Conservative side of the House, scolded corporate Canada at one point
for the extent to which they were failing to reinvest the money from corporate tax cuts back into the economy. $25 billion a year is the number that the Parliamentary Budget Officer, hardly a partisan office, has estimated that Canadians are losing every year to tax havens legally. That's how we got to the point that 1% of the population in Canada now owns 25% of the wealth. That's about doubled over the last 20 years or so. So, yeah, there's a story to tell about the Magna Carta. There's a story to tell about wealthy individuals with a lot of pull and a lot of influence being able to constrain the government in a way that benefits them while they squash the people under them and take the value of their work for themselves. Unfortunately, that's not that old of a story in the sense that it's an old story in the sense that it's been going on, but it's not a history lesson. It's a contemporary economic lesson. And we need to figure out how we're going to change that. That's why I'm proud to have run on the idea of a wealth tax for fortunes over $20 million. You know, that doesn't cover a lot of Canadians. I think it's pretty hard to get outraged at the idea that people who have amassed more and more of the economic pie, far more, their proportion of the pie has grown far more quickly than the pie itself, which means more and more people are sharing less and less. And then people wonder why we don't have money to fund public services. It's not that we just magically have less money. It's that the people at the top are paying far less than they used to. And they're hoarding that wealth, or they're spending it on themselves, or they're using it to make investments in the real estate market that are driving up the costs for everybody else. And that's the real problem. So, you know, always glad to talk history and economics with a conservative finance critic, but I think there are some facts missing from his version of events when he talks about the Magna Carta. The people that are forgotten in his story are the same people that are getting forgotten in C2. They're the people that haven't been able to get back to work, and we're depending on a government that said they'd have their back, and found that within a month after the election, with 2 days warning, that this very same Prime Minister that said he'd have their back turned his back on them. That's what we're dealing with here in C2. And if we're going to get to a decent solution, we're going to do it by talking about everyone at the same time, instead of hiving them off into sections, leaving some to languish and others to get the help that they genuinely need. And make no mistake, New Democrats are in favor of people getting the help they need and getting it rapidly. It's why we have not had any secrets about what we think needs to happen and what the government needs to do as they pass C2. In fact, we'll have some suggestions for how they could include these measures in Bill C2, how they could stop the clawbacks of the GIS and the Canada Child Benefit and the Canada Worker Benefit, how they could implement a low-income CERB repayment amnesty so they're not chasing after people that are already losing their homes for about $14,000 of debt, that in some cases they're negotiating payment plans for $10 a month. Do you know how long it's going to take for the government to get its $14,000 back at $10 a month? Meanwhile, some of the largest publicly traded companies like Chartwell and TELUS and Bell made huge dividend payments to their shareholders during the pandemic, increased the amount of their annual payout by anywhere from 3 to 6%, and the government hasn't asked them for a dime back. Not a dime. That's the story of the barons getting together to design the system that would serve them so well. The system that we've inherited here, and that is part of the tradition of this place in more ways than one. So we have ideas about how to end the clawbacks. We've got proposals for a low-income CERB repayment amnesty. We've got proposals for how to make sure that people in the arts and cultural sector and the tourism and hospitality industry
can access the only benefit that would be left, which is the Canada Worker Lockdown benefit in terms of a regular payment to people who aren't able to work. And all they have to do is say, they've laid out the industries in Part 1 of the Act. All they have to say is that anyone who earns their income in an industry named in Part 1 of the Act will have access to the Canada Worker Lockdown benefit, whether there's a lockdown order in their part of the country or not, because the government already recognizes that those industries are in distress, regardless of whether there's a lockdown order in effect or not. These are just some of the proposals that we'll be putting on the table, and if the government adopts them, they can see swift passage of this bill in this place, and that is what it will mean to leave no one behind. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as you can see by the Speaker and his comments in regards to the government, he believes that he has found a number of different flaws. And at times we'll have to agree to disagree, no doubt, and he will continue to advocate on that. But I do appreciate and just want to recognize that the member is at the very least seeing the bill as one piece of legislation, and in order to advance the issue, that it is important that we keep the bill as one. And I suspect that he's not going to lose any of his enthusiasm of critiquing the government based on his speech. So it's just more of an open comment and an expression of appreciation for recognizing the value and importance of this bill to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, as I say, Madam Speaker, I think the bill has a lot of problems. We're voting against this motion today because we think the path to a solution lies through negotiating the situation for everyone at the same time so that no one is left behind. And the problem with the motion today is it says for this group of workers, we're going to leave them behind, and we're going to move ahead with the workers and the businesses that would benefit from these changes. That's the problem that we're solving today on the motion. We look forward to solving the problems with the bill in committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's intervention today. First of all, I would hope that he would still consider that the whole purpose of the Magna Carta was that the King could not unilaterally decide for everyone. And so that was an important step. And Conservatives have always believed that by extending franchise, for example, to First Nations and to women, it was Conservative prime ministers that first brought these ideas here in this place. So, Madam Speaker, my question is to the member, because I hope he can agree with this, that we want to see accountable government. And at the end of the day, if we have the bill being separated into two, that allows the NDP, it allows the Conservatives, allows every member to have more accountability. Right now, there's a mishmash of different measures that's in there, and obviously it's harder to hold the government to account, to bring witness to speak specifically, because all these measures have been drawn up into one. Would he not agree that by breaking the bill up, it would offer more chance for debate in this place on specific measures? That increases accountability. That means all of our voices are stronger in this place.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, two things, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would say, I've criticized the government for omnibus bills. We've seen plenty of them. My opinion is that this is not one. I think it hangs together. It's a set of pandemic benefits. We don't think that it's enough. We don't think it's targeted in the right way. But this is the government's pandemic benefit program, and that makes sense. We should have had more time. They should have brought Parliament back earlier. There should have been more conversations, all of that. But I don't think that it's an accountability issue whether we examine these two things together or not. On the question of, whether the King can make decisions for everyone else, one of the funny things that occurred to me, Madam Speaker, was that in the last Parliament, I sat on the Procedure and Affairs Committee. We did a big study of prorogation, and at the end of that study, when we were reporting back, New Democrats had recommended that the Prime Minister no longer have the prerogative to dissolve and prorogue Parliament in the name of the Queen without consulting this place, the place of the Commoners. And it was the Conservatives that got together with the Liberals to recommend that one person should maintain the ability to make decisions for everybody else.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to really thank the member from Elmwood Transcona for his remarkably cogent and large view of how we got to where we are today. And I know one of the things that the COVID benefit response included was, or at least it seemed that suddenly a lot of Parliament realized that the employment insurance program didn't work for 60% of Canadians. And I'm just wanted to give him some time to perhaps talk about how we should be moving forward with that so that these people, 60% of Canadian workers who don't qualify for EI in the old way, how are they being taken care of and what we should be doing?
The member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I always appreciate a pointed and difficult question here in the House. And look, I mean, the fact of the matter is Canadians would have been far better served in the pandemic if the chronic problems with the employment insurance that were not really news to many of the people who had to avail themselves of employment insurance or tried and couldn't, and the organizations that work with folks who have had need of employment insurance over the years, if we had done that work that they were already calling us to do. Another way in which Canadians would have been very well served by having done the homework on employment insurance early on is that, and I mentioned this earlier in my remarks, one of the big problems we have right now is a lack of a way to hook up workers who are out of work and trying to find a way back into the labor market with the training that they need that pertains directly to a job that's available in the market. And that's something that in the unemployment insurance system that we had many, many years ago here in Canada that they used to do. They used to work with workers to find a job and train them up to it. And we need something like that in our EI system again.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was a very good one. I'd like to give him the opportunity to elaborate on, in his opinion, what's the explanation for this conservative maneuver this afternoon? Why are they doing this? Because I didn't get an answer to my question earlier. Thank you. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. I find it still very hard to put it into, to get it into the conservative, for me to read their minds. I always try to ascribe good intentions to my colleagues in the House of Commons. I think it's an argument that's an interesting one. It's a good debate to have, i.e. whether or not it's a good idea to divide a bill into two. There are a lot of bills in this place that lump together a lot of things that really don't belong together. So it's a familiar question in that sense. But I think in this case here, all parties share a common interest, so I think it makes sense to just keep this bill together, but change it still, but keep it as one bill.
Spanish Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for Elmwood Transcona for, as ever, a clear analysis of how Parliament should function and how our traditions should guide us. I just wanted to add to his analysis that an omnibus bill really has to have unrelated sections that are forced together, and to support his analysis that these do hang together, although they are inadequate. If he had anything else to add to that, I think his analysis on conventions of prorogation and confidence of the House need to be understood by all. But for now, I'll just ask if he wants to add more about what benefits we need.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I mean, it is a rare thing in this place to say of a bill that there should be more things put into it. We often do say that, well, there's too much in this bill, they don't relate. But the fact is, I think there is a real kind of conceptual, I think there's a moral point at stake too, but there's a conceptual point. We're talking about Canada's recovery. This bill is the legal foundation for the first big step in Canada's recovery. I actually think it's coming too soon for the kind of step that it is. I think this is actually probably more like the third or fourth step, and we're jumping across a lot of steps that we need in between. But we did need a discussion in this place about what Canada's recovery looks like, how we make sure no one is left behind, and the programming that we need in order to do that. The fact that the government's proposal is inadequate doesn't mean that it wasn't right to have that conversation and that it didn't make sense to have a bill that would bring those elements together so that we could really talk in a programmatic way about what our recovery looks like. Splitting up the bill just means we're talking piecemeal about recovery instead of a recovery system that could actually build an infrastructure for a new economy that really doesn't leave people behind. The bill doesn't do that, but this is the place for the conversation.
Before we go to resuming debate, I do want to remind the next speaker that unfortunately he won't have all the time that he was hoping probably for, given to where we are at the time that we are at right now. The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madame la Présidente, c'est un plaisir.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to rise in the House. I'm not sure it's actually a pleasure because I feel this is a waste of time, especially when the Finance Committee is already studying this bill, C2, and it surprises me that the Conservative Party brought forward a motion like this today, knowing that they always argue in favor of reducing red tape.
Introduce a motion, especially when they know, and they sure know, because the member from Carleton likes to stand up here and give us a lecture for about 20 minutes at a time. And I think that probably was the whole reason for this motion today, so he could speak for 20 minutes and give us a lecture on Rebel News economics, so he could publish it on his Twitter if it's not already published right now. But they introduced this motion today, knowing full well that the Committee of Finance had already started to look at the bill on December 7th. We're December 10th. And in fact, as I'm speaking right now, the Finance Committee is continuing to look at this bill right now. And we're seeing the news across the world. We know that we had some good news in November. Our economy added 153,000 net new jobs. But COVID is still real, and we don't know what may or may not happen in January, February, and March. And I think that's why it's important that these measures that were presented in C2 be debated and be adopted at some point. I hope they are adopted because the worker lockdown benefit, which I hope our Canadian economy won't have to do, and our provincial governments won't have to do this, but it's obviously a tool to reduce the spread of COVID. And I would hate to see that we are letting our workers down because of shenanigans of this place. And this is exactly what this routine motion would do. Et alors,
what this motion would do is basically create two C2s, two bills, one, and that would create a delay for workers who need benefits, especially if some parts of the economy go back into lockdown. But we need to pass this before Christmas, and if what the member for Carleton wants to do here is accepted, then that won't happen. There are some parts of the economy that are not operating at 100%, including tourism. I had an opportunity to discuss C2 earlier this year, and I often think of a company, 417. It's called 417. It provides bus services for tourism, and it's $15,000 to $20,000 just to get a bus back up and running. So that company could certainly benefit from some assistance. That would have certainly helped them out.
Member of Carleton knows really well Paul's little rezu, and I'm actually going to be meeting him at 5 o'clock today. He wants to know when C2 will be passed, and I'm going to have to tell him that his friend is trying to delay these through dilatory motions like this one today. And I would expect those types of motions to be presented, after 6 months, after 7 months, after 8 months, we know that the official opposition plays games in a minority government. Of course, the Liberals have never done that previously. But, now I'm going to have to tell Paul, I don't know if C2 is going to be able to pass before the holiday season. But I'm going to tell him to talk to his business community, and I'm going to ask him to call the member from Carleton and issue and tell him the sense of urgency on why these measures are so important for not only the business community, but also for the workers that may depend on those. We are seeing numbers go high, way high in schools right now where parents have to take off, and that recovery care benefit is important for them to have access to that. Not everybody can stay home and be paid. They're not fortunate like the member of Carleton. Some of them have to rely on certain measures that we have introduced. And I think that's why it's important that C2 passes as quickly as possible, because people are depending on it. As cases rises in schools, parents have to take off, and it's not their fault. We're asking them to get their kids tested. And I think that's a responsible thing from our government. We recognize that there's a gap in the system, but we fulfilled that gap through the recovery caregiving benefit and the recovery sickness benefit. Those are all measures that are included in C2. And I'm seeing the, Madam Speaker, you're looking at me with an eye that you're about to tell me there's probably 30 seconds left, if not. And I'll probably just end it like this. I hope the Conservative Party joins us. They can bring accountability to the Finance Committee, as they are doing right now as we speak, but C2 needs to pass before the holiday season. Thank you. Merci.
It being 2:15, pursuant to Standing Order 50, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion. Pursuant to Standing Order 66-1, the debate on the motion falls under government orders, under the heading government orders, and I must now put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the amendment now before the House with respect to the throne speech, the address in reply. Mr. Hanley, the question is as follows. Mr. Hanley, seconded by Mrs. Chattel, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General, to Her Excellency the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit and of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada. May it please Her Excellency. We, Her Majesty,
and dutiful subjects, the House of Commons of Canada, in Parliament assembled. Dispense. Okay. On the amendment, Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. And wish to inform Your Excellency that the speech from the throne, dispense. Shall I dispense? Agreed?
The question is on the amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Madam Chair, I ask that the amendment carry on division.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we would request that there be a recorded vote for stand-up.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, December 13, 2021, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 2:30.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 2:30? Agreed? Agreed. Also, hold on here. I have one more little thing here. Agreed and so ordered.
It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Everyone have a good weekend.